Welcome, everyone. I'm Susan Klaus-Smith. I'm the chair of the commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: the site plan, the elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. The staff will then present their staff report. We will then ask for public comment. Following your presentation, the commissioners will be asking questions in the same order as the presentation. When coming up to the podium, please state and spell your name clearly, and note if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following the public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal, and the public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing is closed will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on the city ordinance, Chapter 27 of the City Zoning Code, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, the Historic Preservation Development Review, or HPDRC comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing here tonight. Please remember that the ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owners and/or agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. Now, if you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones, and I will ask my fellow commissioners to begin introducing themselves, starting on my left.
Good evening, Ashley DeCubis. I'm an attorney.
John Prokop, I practice architecture.
Dan Myers, I'm an architect.
And with us tonight, we have Kamaria Pettis-Mackel, who is our city attorney, Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, Elaine Lund, and then Aminta Owens and Alexis Guzman, correct? Who's joining us for the first time tonight. Welcome. Move on to the next agenda item. We will have read into the record the minutes of August 1st and August 3rd, 2022 hearings. All in favor, please, or I need a motion, sorry. I can't make those motions. A motion?
I move that the minutes for August 1st and August 3rd, 2022 be placed in the record.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please state aye. Raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Measure passes. Ms.
Yep.
Mackel?
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Welcome to this evening's hearing. Normally we have some announcements since we weren't able to form last week. That's kind of carrying over to this week. So I do have a little bit of housekeeping to do. I have the August 2022 ARC staff approvals to enter into the record, and those will be provided to the clerk for the record. Did want to reintroduce Alexis Guzman, our newest staff member. It's going to be taking over a lot of the responsibilities that Beverly Jusak formerly performed for you. We welcome her, and I'm sure you'll get to know her well in your interaction with her as well. We do have to take care of the conflicts of interest, and then I'll come back to the continuations. So I'll ask Kamaria to go ahead and manage that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Will the Commissioners please state whether or not they have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are on the agenda?
I have none.
Additionally, will the Commissioners please state whether or not they've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are on the agenda?
I
I have not.
Thank you.
Okay, we have several continuations to deal with. The first that we can deal with by motion is ARC 22-229 for the property located at 210 East Columbus Drive. The agent has requested to continue to a future public hearing. I believe this project's going to go through a rezoning. It'll be back to us in the future in that process. So if I could get a motion for that, please.
I move to continue ARC 22-229, located at 210 East Columbus Drive, to a future public hearing.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And these cases that get continued to a future public hearing are required to be renoticed. So that process will take place at that time. I have 2 cases also that are requesting to continue to the October 3rd, 2022 public hearing. Those are ARC 22-184 for the property at 2114 West Southview and ARC 22-362 for the property at 2303 North Jefferson Street. We could have a motion for those 2, please?
I move to grant continuances in ARC 22-184 for the property located at 2114 West Southview Avenue and ARC 22-362 for the property located at 2303 North Jefferson Street to the October 3rd, 2022 hearing at 5:30 p.m.
I second the motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then we have 2 additional continuances that came in this afternoon, so they're not reflected on the agenda. They are ARC 22-225, it's on the page 3 of your agenda, and ARC 22-138. These have been requested to be continued to a future public hearing, and they will have to be renoticed.
Need a motion, please.
I'll move to continue ARC 2225 and ARC 20.
State their addresses.
Well, it's 507 East Hugh Street and 22138, which is also 507 East Hugh Street, to a future ARC meeting.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're ready for the swearing. Anyone in the audience who is going to be providing testimony or public input this evening, if you could please stand and raise your right hand for the swearing.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you will be giving tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And with that, we're ready for our first case, and Ron will introduce the case.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. The first agenda item is ARC 22-328/REZ 22-41. This is for the address of 710 and 712 West Platte Street. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. Under that parcel, they have a dual zonings. It has a CG and a RO1 zoning classification attached to that parcel. The request this evening is for a recommendation to rezone from CG and RO1 to PD. Some past action that's reflected on page 3 of your staff report. You reviewed this case in August 1st, 2022. At that time, it was a 2-2 tie vote, so it automatically continued to tonight's public hearing. Just to go over the duties and powers as the agent, both agents do their presentation. On page 3 of the staff report as well, under chapter 27-113, your duties and powers. With regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use classifications or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. At this time, I'm going to go through a brief photo presentation. We usually start with the Sanborn map to give you the lay of the land back in 1929. North is up on this. This red line indicates the local district boundaries that are currently in place. South Boulevard is our western boundary, and Platte is our northern boundary. Property in question is highlighted in the green. This goes back to 1929, as I stated. Platt is the northern boundary on this parcel. To the west, you have Fielding. To the east, you have Bavard. And to the south, you have Azeel. There is a partial alley that runs north and south that abuts the property in question on the eastern property line. That will come into play, and I'll show you some pictures. This is the current overhead, showing the property in question. Once again, you have Platt, which is our northern boundary to the local district, Fielding to the west, you have Bavard to the east, and Azeel to the south. And then the alley still remains as it was in 1929. The alley comes about 3/4 in from Platt as it travels south, and then it terminates. This is looking at the subject site. This is Platt, looking at the site from Platt to the south. This is just looking down Fielding. This is an abandoned driveway that's there. As we continue down Fielding to the south, this is a period contributing structure. And looking down Fielding, you see some of the parking constraints that they have. There's no parking signs on this side of the street, and then there's parallel parking to aid in some of the relief for the parking that's there. This is looking down Fielding to the south. This is looking down Fielding as it intersects with Platt. Property in question is over here to the right. To get a better understanding of the surrounding property, this is looking down Platt to the west. There is some parking on Platt. Subject site is over here. As you look down Platt, you see a period structure. Just wanted to focus in on that for a minute so you can see the scale and the massing. And then turning around in the other direction, this is Platt looking to the east back into downtown. And Platt is a one-way street. You have 2 lanes of traffic as it heads into downtown. You have a bike lane and then some parking on the south side of Platt. To focus on the alley, this is the condition of the alley. It's an improved alley. The alley, this is the subject site. The alley runs to the south, as I stated, and then it terminates as it gets to Azeel. It doesn't go all the way through. And then this is the alley, how it intersects with Platt. And then the last photo I'm going to show you, as the alley is here, there's a non-contributing structure to the east, and this is the one-story structure that's currently there. These photos will be here if you need them for future reference. At this time, the agent could address the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonna get it wrong.
Yeah, you should be ready to go. Here it comes.
Oh, sorry. It's all good. Oh, I went to sleep. Yeah, that's right. Said the same thing.
Okay, I think it's just an error.
Right there, okay.
If we can find the mouse. There it is. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, off to the races.
Just go down. Okay.
Enter in.
Sorry for the pause there, folks. Good afternoon, good evening. Jesse Blackstock with Blackstock Engineering at 1646 West Snow Avenue in Tampa here. The agent for the applicant. I'm the civil engineer as far as the role on the project. I'm here to talk obviously about the site plan, but I wanted to kind of first talk about overall what we're here for, kind of reiterate what Ron was saying. We're here because it's a rezoning. The reason we're rezoning the property is more of a house cleaning measure for the most part. A lot of the properties here along Platt, especially on the south side, have dual zoning designations, and this is no different. These 2 parcels that we're looking for on 710 and 712. The main issue for us is the use, I guess the main point to make is the use itself as an office, a professional office, is an approved use under CG and RO zoning. I'll kind of rolling from there, the main reason we're having to do that is because of the building height. So we have two waivers we're asking for, and the main one is, from a zoning standpoint or a rezoning standpoint, is the building height. So a CG allows for a 45-foot tall building, and ROR does not. And so we didn't want to have a stair-step building in the back half or the back third of the building. So that kind of led us to believe that we need to do a rezoning. We didn't want to come before the ARC with dual zoning designations, ask for a bunch of waivers and variances. We wanted to handle it as part of the PD. And in that same vein, we have come before you guys before, as Ron was alluding to, and it was a 2-2 vote, and the biggest issue was, some of the biggest issues were parking, because we're asking for a parking waiver as well. So again, the two waivers, we're asking for building height relief, if you will, because we're asking for a 45-foot tall building, but then we're also asking for a reduction in parking. But to the previous, I'll call it hearing, the ARC, one of the concerns was the extent of the reduction in parking we were asking for. I forget the exact numbers, but the required parking was somewhere in the neighborhood of 26 parking spaces, and we were proposing 19. We're still proposing 19, but as part of the massing, and I'll let our architect, Kevin Smith, who I'll introduce in a second, address that concern. But we've looked at the massing, which we've essentially reduced the square footage of the overall building, not the height, but the square footage, which of course in turn allowed us to have less of a reduction in parking, so we have less required parking. So our total parking went from 26 as terms of required to 21. So again, we're proposing 19, and the code says we need 21 based on the 3.3 per thousand. As presented previously, from a parking standpoint, we're not only asking for the 2 parking spaces reduction, but I think the key to that is that's on-site parking. So this is along Platt, and some of those pictures that Ron was just showing to you folks, there is existing gore striping and an existing driveway, and I'll kind of make my way to the board here, I guess. Or actually, let me just do this. Yeah, that's how it makes some more sense. Sorry, guys. So there's an existing driveway along Platt. We're going to remove that and kind of go back in time a little bit. Prior to us ever having the first ARC hearing, we had a driveway off of Fielding. Some of the residents raised big-time concerns for that. We would have had to ask for corner clearance deviations from the transportation folks with Melanie Callaway. It just opened up a can of worms. And I think from a zoning standpoint, from a future land use standpoint, from a comp plan standpoint, from pretty much every box we could check, it made all the sense in the world to have the parking and the driveway access off the alley. So going back to what I was saying about the 19 parking spaces versus 21, we've got 19 spaces proposed on site, as well as this is on site as well, but they're accessing it off the alley. So we're going to widen the alley. It's an existing plus or minus 14-foot wide alley. In order to have 90-degree parking spaces, you have to have 24 feet of pavement to back up and do your thing in terms of turning and maneuvering in and out of the space. So we're doing the widening of the alley, but on our side of the alley and on our property. So there will be 24 feet minimum. It's actually about 26 feet from the current eastern edge of the alley to our stall. And then we have its typical standard, 9x18 stall for the most part along here. But getting back to what I was saying, so we're gonna have a driveway that comes in through here versus off of Fielding. We're gonna remove this driveway. So again, 19 spaces total between the on-site here and as well as these here. But then we're gonna open this up. So by removing this driveway here, we're actually gonna be able to add more parallel parking, and we're in contact with the city as well as the DOT with doing that. So even though we're gonna have, in my opinion, as an engineer, you're gonna have 2 less parking spaces than required by code on site, but we're actually gonna probably provide 3 or 4 more parking spaces along Platt, because there's room to do that, not only in the driveway itself, but there is some striping here that hasn't been, in my opinion, appropriately striped out and could be an additional parallel parking space. So in reality, it's almost a wash. We're actually meeting code if you look at it that way. But again, the code doesn't talk to that. It only talks to off-street, not on-street parking. So we know we can't take credit for it from a code perspective, but just understand we're gonna be increasing the available parking in this region. And I think one of the biggest users of the parking along here on Fielding, for that matter, as well as Platt, is the Charlie Barrett's law office, which is right here, kind of sort of catty corner to us, southwest of us. They probably have, I don't know just for a fact, but just based on the number of letters entered into the record initially, they probably have 9 or 10 staff, and they've only maybe got 2 or 3 parking spaces off an alley/driveway to their north. So the majority of the spaces that are being used up along the right-of-way parking on street, in the southbound direction on Fielding is used by So I think that'll help them a little bit by adding some more parking along Platt, based on that, so. I don't really have a whole lot more to say as far as the site plan itself, but I will touch on just some of the basic standard engineering things we're doing is from a Hyde Park historic nature. We don't have open water ponds, we're not doing anything like that from a stormwater perspective. It's hard to see because it's so small, even, a trained eye can't see it, but there's underground storage right here that's gonna be handling the stormwater component of the project. So that would be, per city standards, per DOT standards, it'll meet all the criteria. But more so from an ARC perspective, it's not an open water pond, which obviously wouldn't be indicative of the typical development as you see along Platt. Again, I'll let the architect kind of cover the building itself, but this big bold line you're seeing is essentially the footprint of the building. The building is 3 stories, but the first story being ground level parking with 2 stories above that. It's all professional office. Our client is the applicant, and he's also the owner, he's also the developer. There were some discussions last time, again, back when we had a big discrepancy between the parking required versus parking proposed. What was that second floor gonna be? What was that third floor gonna be? We've had, obviously more in-depth conversations with our applicant and our owner since that first IRC, and he's intending to use the entire office. He's busting out of the seams as it is where he's located now off of Cleveland, and he's actually just bought a piece of property over near Midtown to facilitate having basically 2 offices to handle his staff. So as you can imagine, he needs every bit of square footage here, so there won't be any, for example, high-end users in terms of medical office, for example, that requires a boatload of parking. This is strictly gonna be him and his staff is probably 10 to 15 people tops, and it's not an office. And one of the conversations, again, going back to parking, it was, well, is it gonna have a lot of visitors? We're there maybe once a month for a meeting for this project, but other than that, the man doesn't get visitors. It's strictly his staff. He owns a huge printing press company that basically prints cardboard boxes for people like Nabisco and Publix, and so that's where so he doesn't obviously do that at this location. It's strictly an office. So with that, I open up the door for Kevin Smith. He's here, and he can cover any questions and, of course, present the project itself from a massing standpoint. Kevin.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. As you said, my name's Kevin Smith. I'm the architect. I spent 40 years of my career with Fleischman Garcia Architects, retired, and now I'm on my own. So I put the slideshow together from the comments that we received a month ago, not knowing the audience and how things were going to change. But I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as I can because some of it may not be pertinent now. But some of the observations I saw was on the zoning. As Jesse said, we had 2 zonings on our site, and that was like, well, wait a minute, what's that about? And then second, when I looked at the map and saw all the PDs, again, not knowing how all that happens, but it just seems to me like something's not quite right. So something I like to do for our clients is put this kind of graphic together showing where the usable land is, where the setbacks are, and in this case, the CG zoning and the R01 zoning, you can see where that line hits. And something interesting is if you use the R01 setback, it's almost right at the line, 20 feet, so it almost makes R01 not worth considering. So onward. As we got the comments from the public, one of them was not to have the vehicle entrance off of Fielding. So being considerate and taking a look at it, we moved it to the alley. But in doing so, that reduced our parking count, as Jesse said, down to 19. Not in our favor, but it does help everything. So we're going with it. And also where you see the orange X, we are not entering off of Platt, just off the alley. So a month ago when we got some comments about Platt and the nature and the historical value of Platt, so I took a walk down Platt, and that's the orange line, and just saw what we were up against. So this is really outside the boundaries of the district, but I think it does start showing the nature of Platt, and I'm just going to try to go through this quickly. Here's the Bailey building. I think this one's very interesting because of the tower element and the back and forth playing of the walls. It's very interesting and meets the guidelines for Hyde Park. Same with Uterick building here, also 2 stories. But when you consider 2 stories and slope roofing, you can see where a 45-foot height plays into the zoning. This is catty corner from the site, also 2.5 stories, and I'm going to get into that more. Directly adjacent, the brick house, again 2 stories, but with sloped roofs, is just meeting the 45 feet. And I just wanted to show some of the commercial development as you go down Platte. It's not all historic, and much of it is not. Here is the site, which Ron already showed us, and the views that Ron already showed us. And here's a real gem, the Hyde Park Market and Pizza Hut adjacent to the property. Again, looking down Platte to the east. This is Firehouse number 3, which I understand is now a residence. Again, 2 stories plus. And the Methodist Church, which the best I could tell looks like 75 feet high with the tower elements and the peaked roof. Then we come into some residential offices and of course Walgreens. Next, I think these are kind of interesting to know because they're newer developments on Platte. And I particularly want to point out the balcony and the railing. Looks like something worth looking at and reusing to help break up the massing of the buildings as we go down Platte. Here's another one right next to that project, 300 Platte. And a lovely parking lot for the school, more housing and offices. And then there's this big condo housing unit, which looks to me about 8 stories tall. And I actually got out the district map because I couldn't believe this was in the district. And sure enough, it is. So what I came up with, and these are my observations, that Platte Street really is not of a great historic value. There's no consistency of building heights or style as you go down the corridor. And it seems to me that any well-considered development in the district would definitely help. And also some of the newer construction along Platte does seem to follow the guidelines and look very well considered. And I'm just going to go through this very quickly. I just walked through the northeast corner of the district and saw all these higher buildings. Here's a housing unit with a 4-story tower. And many of the larger and higher developments that help define Hyde Park are some of the historic buildings, like the churches. And much of the newer development is more than 2 stories, particularly in the commercial projects. So what I did in developing the design was, of course, take a look at everything around the surrounding neighborhood and came up that it looked like there's no centralized or consistent design style that we had to go into, but it left the door open to do much more. So I started sketching the surrounding projects to try to get my head around the detailing and the buildings around our site, and also looked at the Italianate design style and so what I could pull from that. And then I got out the guidelines, and I was going to go through all this and read it, but I'm going to try to just go through this quickly. On our project, I did try to get the undulating masses to go back and forth, perhaps maybe not deep enough yet, but then I also looked at maybe on the 3 stories of our project that could be diminished to help match the surrounding buildings. And then just looking at the massing and spacing and the rhythm of the building, looking at high elements versus lower elements and awnings. And this paragraph talks about spacing and doing openings to reduce the mass and the weight, the visual weight of the walls. And then to glorify the entrance, giving it a buffer between public and private, which we were trying to do. So some of the design details I got from our neighbors. This is the brick house, and some of the Spanish tile, clay tile awnings and brackets. And again, I pointed out the balcony with the decorative railing, and then the use of towers around the district. So this is where we were at a month ago when we received comments. And those comments were alluding that perhaps this design was maybe too tall or didn't have enough play in the back and forth from Platt Street inward. So I got with our client and we discussed removing some of the third floor, reducing the square footage, and as Jesse pointed out, by doing so, we could reduce the parking count and help everything. So what we looked at, see the blue line, reduced the front of the building down to 2 stories, so it would align with the urban fabric of the neighbors. Also did the same on the west elevation, where you can see the balcony is. And then we're going to examine whether other elements on the fielding side should also be pushed back. So the history, this is where we started. Our client desired a modern building that utilized as much square footage as we can, and we talked with Ron and developed the project into this. This is what we met a month ago. And because I was learning how to use this program, I tried to do a prettier nighttime view, which I thought was fun. I got it on my laptop now. And the change. So by lowering the front of the building and pushing back the 3-story element in contrast to the elevator stair tower, I think makes a more interesting and more satisfying solution to the neighborhood. And then also the roofing and entrance area. So again, last meeting, we were asked if we did a study of heights. So I tried to make this graphic just showing the heights. And the blue box is our project showing the tower at 45 feet. But I thought it was interesting that much of the surrounding buildings also were pushing the height. And when you come to the church or even the housing development down at the east end of Platt, you can see we're kind of minuscule. The other very important thing I saw when I was developing this graphic, and it was a surprise to me, that our footprint is smaller than most of the other buildings around. And you can just see it by looking at the front. We're even footprint-wise, square footage on the ground floor, smaller than almost every commercial building around the Platt neighborhood. And here I just bring these two up, wondering that it's, I guess, above my pay grade or security level to know how something like Allegro happens. So as I pointed out, I really believe we got a much smaller building than the neighborhood. Height may be consistent. And I just blew it up so you could see, again, the comparison of some of the heights. But then I thought, well, what if I got Google Earth and put our rendering in it? And as you can see, it's kind of hard to find because it does fit in. But here, I'll push the button and you can see where it's hiding. So with that, thank you very much, and we're open to discussion.
If that concludes your presentation, then staff will present their staff report. Ron?
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Avila, staff with Historic Preservation. The request this evening is for a recommendation to rezone from CG and RO1 to PD. In your packets, you have letters that were submitted into the record. This evening, you saw some illustrations as far as the renderings go. Your charge this evening is to look at the scale, the massing, the setbacks, the alignment, and the footprint for the PD request, and see, once again, your duties and powers this evening with regards to the application for rezoning, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity with the presentation this evening. There were 2 waivers associated with the request this evening. There was a reduction of parking from 21 to 19, and then an overall height from 35 and 41 to 45. Staff found that this application is consistent with the City Tampa Code of Ordinances under Chapter 27, 113A2J. Under conditions, we had some bullet items there, as reflected on page 3. He did address the stormwater issue, that it would be vaulted underground, there would be no visible ponds. He did not address if there's any fencing. Fencing is something that usually shows up on the PD site plan. That's something that can be addressed. The solid waste solution should be addressed as well. It has been reviewed by the City of Tampa as presented, but for a level of comfort tonight moving forward, they should discuss it slightly. Once again, your charge this evening is to look at the scale, the massing, the setbacks, the alignment, and the footprint, along with any site issues. I'll be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. We will now open up the hearing to public comment. If there's anyone who would like to come forward and speak either for or against this project, please do so. If you have not been sworn in, please indicate so we'll get you sworn in. When you come up, please do state your name clearly and spell it, and then you may approach, sir.
I've never done this, so I'll start. My name's Tom Settles. I'm at 309 Fielding.
309 Fielding?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm here, it's a beautiful building that they've designed, but we have problems with parking as it currently is in the neighborhood. This is what the alley looks like on any given day. You've got 5, 6, 8 cars parked illegally in the alley just to leave room for the single-story structure that's going to be right directly adjacent to the planned development. It's 1 floor, it's not 3. And so we've already got a parking congestion issue in the neighborhood. So I vote that I'm not for the parking waivers. I also think that if they would take that 3rd floor and increase their footage on that of their building over top of their other outside parking spots, you'd probably be able to pull that 3rd floor off and pull it down and have it all above the parking and not need a height waiver. Right now, you've got a 45-foot tall waiver being asked next to a 1-story building. And all the old houses down the street are 2 stories with a roof. I don't think any of them exceed the 35 feet. Many of the examples that they brought in, I think, are not in the overlay district, so I think those are always not a good example. So I think that's about it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come forward? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the hearing. And we will now begin asking questions, and I'll start with the commissioner on my right, Mr. Dan Myers.
Mr. Smith, can you suggest for us what kind of fencing you intend to provide? Or is that, I'm sorry, would you like to do that? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, again, for the record, Jesse Blackstock with Blackstock Engineering. I think as you guys pose questions to us, I mean, we can kind of both field the questions, so to speak. No pun intended with the fielding address. But from a fencing standpoint, we have no intention of putting fencing up, so that's why I didn't cover it, and that's my unfortunate. I just kind of skipped over that. But so there's fencing around the property now. I'll kind of go ahead and address that to some degree. They've obviously got permits to put that fencing up. The reason they put that fencing up is due to all the parking that's happening in and around this area. And going back to what I was saying earlier, I think the biggest, I don't want to say culprit, but a biggest issue from a use standpoint is Barrett's office, which is, I forget the address, I don't think it's 309, but it's to our south west. It's basically south of that driveway that you see right here. So if I can get the mouse to not break, whoops. Where's the mouse? There it is. Do you see a mouse? I don't see a mouse. Anyway.
It's a little fast, so go a little
It's
slower.
fast?
It's
Okay,
fast.
I'll go slow. I do not see it.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. It's two screens, that's the problem. So anyway, his office is over here, and so the majority, I think, the parking that's happening along the street that was eventually, or previously, I should say, parking on our lot, or our client's lot was that. And then they put the fence up literally right before Gasparilla. I guess they didn't want to make extra money. I would have been selling spaces there, but, so they did that because they didn't want 25 people parking there and doing everything, do what they do on Gasparilla. You asked about the fence. I won't go back to addressing some of the opposition's comments just yet, but,
Well,
so,
let me add about the fence. There
Yeah.
is no
we're not gonna put a fence on the other side.
fencing around the property.
Yeah.
But at the base of the building to shield and again buffer the parking area, there's a knee wall. So if that helps clarify fencing,
On the north side, along Platte.
correct.
Yeah, we're not gonna have fencing to our south. I mean, there won't be a perimeter chain link fence or wood box fence or anything to that nature. It's just, we don't need it from a security standpoint. So as far as solid waste goes, Ron mentioned that earlier, so this would be just roll carts out. It's gonna be housed in the same area. Again, my mouse is not wanting to cooperate.
That's a good point. We
Yeah.
do have a trash
Yeah,
room.
it's basically right there, but there won't be dumpsters. We've had, obviously, conversations with the DRC as part of this, as well as ARC, as well as the PD rezoning. Solid Waste basically said they can attack, for lack of a better word, this property from all three sides. So they're not gonna put it out on Platte, obviously, we're not gonna roll the carts out onto Platte and have people stopping when, rush hour, trying to pick up trash like they do on my street on Cleveland, but they will probably either take it off of Fielding or off of the alley. So there's alley, I think, access now for trash. So, but it's like, to Ron's point, it's not a through alley, it's a one-way dead-end alley, so that should be interesting. But again, roll-out carts, no different than any town-owned project I do, it won't be visible to the public. Talk about the parking just for a quick second. I know this is more of a question and answer by you guys, but all the parking that I saw in that graphic that's basically kind of piled up along the alley and such, again, we're only asking for a 2-car reduction. We're adding 2 cars at a minimum to our Platte right-of-way. Actually gonna add 1 here, there's 1 there now, so you're gonna have 1, 2, 3. So we're adding 3 parking spaces. So I don't think it's our, unfortunately, I'll be kind of blunt as an engineer, it's not our job to fix the parking area problems in Hyde Park. It's our job to support our project, so I'll leave it at that.
Any other questions, Mr. Meyer?
And how large is the overhang on the tower element?
At the very, here, let's go to the pretty picture. Yeah, keep going. The elevation would have worked, but
Yeah,
this is funner.
go down 1.
There we go. At the very top, I mean, it's showing that at 4 feet right now. Of course, that can be variable to whatever it needs. I did look at the zoning to see how much we could go into the setbacks. For instance, like at the entry, and the zoning did support those kind of elements.
All right,
And I would say that, touching on the setbacks for a second, I mean, the design recommendation or suggestion by the opposition, or that, I wouldn't say opposition, but just the folks that showed up to speak tonight, as far as trying to increase this over a little bit, we're not right at the main, I don't think, you tell me if I'm wrong, we're not right at the building setback, the minimum. Yeah, we've got room to do that, but it's only gonna add a few feet, and it's not gonna offset the amount of square footage that we would be losing by losing the whole third floor, so. And adding square footage and subtracting square footage, it only gets us to, maybe a net wash on parking. So it's only 2 parking spaces, which, if I'm doing the math, what is that? I don't know how many square feet that is. That's only a couple hundred square feet, so.
Yes.
Our stairwells are more of that square footage than that, so 2 parking spaces isn't a huge problem, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
okay, so it's a 4-foot overhang, which is what my question was.
Yeah, sorry. Trying to stay on point. Apologize.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Questions?
I just got a quick
question about the alley. Is that alley now being used by like emergency vehicles, trash pickup? You mentioned trash pickup.
I'm not 100% sure what the solid waste method of operations is right now to collect the trash, because I think the majority of the users have frontage along Fielding. So we've been in contact with various neighbors to our immediate south, especially the one immediately adjacent to us that has the overhang carport, Mr. Harris, Attorney Harris. His trash, to my knowledge, is probably out that side on the alley. I don't think they put it out on Fielding. I take that back. This is a good shot. So yeah, it's all along Fielding because you can actually see the cart right here. This happened to be on trash day, and there's their cart. So everybody's trash is taken out to Fielding, it looks like to me, along this corridor.
But again, you don't know how the other property to the east is being serviced, correct?
To our east, the residential, this guy?
Yes, that other
the college.
commercial, that
I
other
would sure
commercial.
hope he has a dumpster. Otherwise, solid waste really dropped the ball when it permitted.
But it doesn't matter whether or not it's a dumpster, but solid waste still has the opportunity to come from another direction if that's more conducive to neighborly love.
Correct. So I mean, from our site plan perspective, we're not intending to block the alley with parking. Our parking is out here.
Right.
And we're actually gonna widen the alley, at least across the front of our parking row. So it, there'll be 14 feet here existing, widen, out to at least 28 feet, and then back down to 14 feet. So if his lot's right here, actually. So, but to your point, if this gentleman, this owner has his trash picked up here, he still can. We're not gonna block it. And this is per county.
Can we get the media to zoom in on the board on the easel, please, rather than this PowerPoint?
Yeah, that's a little easier to see, at least for me.
Well, you're saying all these things, but we can't see it because it's so light and obviously it's so small, so we can't see it. They'll zoom in for us. Just give them a minute. Thank you, Ron.
But I'll address the question as far as. No, thank you. The answer to the question though regarding the fire and the parent,
I'm sorry, we still haven't switched.
let me just cover it from up there, back here, I can do that.
If you have the plan, if that
Yeah.
plan relates to what you're showing
If it's
us,
the same plan.
It's the same plan, this is just a landscape plan, so it's slightly different in terms of what it's showing, but the layout is the same.
okay.
So what I was saying though, just to address the fire truck and things like this, it's the minimum 14 foot that the city requires. It's an existing city alley, it's the city standards. So we have that going for us. I've done projects here at the city, and especially in Hyde Park, that we've had to either widen it or pave it or something like that. This is an improved alley, it meets city standards. What I was alluding to though is this, if I can get my mouse, this is the lot line for the existing commercial. If he has trash off the alley in terms of pickup, we're not gonna be blocking that. Cause we're not parking in the alley. We're parking off the alley. Existing alley is probably about right here. That's the edge of pavement for the alley.
We're not seeing any mouse or
anything.
anything.
You must be on the different screen or something. He had it on the other board.
Okay, we're good now, we can see your mouse.
You can see the mouse? Okay, so
Yes.
that's about the existing edge of the pavement of the alley. And then there's on the eastern side, and on the western side is roughly right here.
Is
It's
this
pretty
the
much,
one we were looking at before?
can you see?
Okay,
different.
this is a different plan than what you were using just a moment ago.
Yeah, this is the landscape plan.
It's a different layout, that's what you mean, as far as the driveway.
Well,
goes.
we want to see what your current
The
site
real-
plan is.
The
and
real site plan.
Yes.
That'd be the board.
Is the real site
don't have the
plan
site
in
plan on
this
here?
presentation?
Keep going.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to
Okay.
get to it. I gotta go
Okay.
back to the beginning since that's the first thing we presented, sorry.
It's okay.
We got 500,000 slides of buildings,
Portion hole.
hence the ARC board, and not the parking board. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Man, how many you got?
a lot.
Come on. Sorry, guys, wow. Here we go. All right, this is
All
super
right.
small, but can you see?
Can we zoom in at all?
I have no idea.
Is
Sorry.
this,
There we go.
That looks like.
Site plan.
that's what
Can
the
you see?
current site plan intent is, correct? I
Yes,
just want to
the-
confirm first.
Yes, this
Okay.
is the existing, so.
Thank you.
Existing alley, here's the right-of-way line, and then here's the existing other side, the western side of the right-of-way line. This is the edge of pavement of the alley on our side of it, so it's 14 feet wide now. That's city standard. The right-of-way on the alley is a little bit wider than that, that's standard as well. What we're doing is we're widening from right here, this gray line that you see right here, this way. And we're widening to the edge of the stall, or the head of the stall, as we say in engineering. So you're gonna have at least 24 feet. It's actually gonna be about 26 feet from this stall to that existing edge of pavement. Again, this is the alley. So any trucks, fire trucks, ambulances, anybody that comes up and down this road, postmen, which they don't come up this way, any public access is not being impeded by our parking area. This is standard. We met with Melanie Melanie Calloway with traffic before we even proposed to have parking spaces along here. So she said, yeah, that's pretty standard. You just gotta make sure it's paved. And if it's not, you gotta pave the whole alley. So we went back and did our homework, and yeah, it's already paved. We would have done it anyway because we need the parking spaces. Otherwise, if you can imagine, if we lose this whole row of parking spaces, this building just gets a whole lot smaller, or our waiver gets a whole lot bigger, and we're not asking for a big waiver. To your point, though, this is what I'm talking about, the lot line. This is the commercial track that you see in those pictures. That's the one-story eyesore. He's got a dumpster. I don't know where it is, but even if he doesn't have a dumpster, he wants to put a roll cart over here, he can. So he's a commercial user. He doesn't have a dumpster. But even if he did, he's got all the room in the world to come down here. So we could park here now. I guess that's my point. We're not asking to park here. This is not an ARC, really, in my opinion. This is a site plan question for site planning. So, because we're asking for a rezoning, I guess is my point. It's that's not really. I'm not saying it's not related. It's not y'all's purview. I'm just saying that's city standard. What we're proposing, I guess, is what I'm trying to allude to. But going back to the
reason I ask is, from the picture we saw, there's obviously people already now parking up and down that alley.
Yeah, you got to police it.
You are bringing a plan in front of us that is asking for a parking waiver.
Right, that's your all's right away. Yeah, not
So
mine.
you're needing, per the plan, more parking than what you can get in your plan currently, which potentially exacerbates the parking situation that's already a bad situation from the picture I saw. So you're right. Unfortunately, for people like myself who drive larger vehicles, yeah, I don't see a parking spot I can park in, but that doesn't matter.
Right, I
They
understand.
meet the code, and that's all you have to do.
Yeah,
So, but my question was, right now, I mean, obviously there's a problem in that area already,
yeah.
especially if there were to be some sort of emergency and they had to get down that alley.
Mm-hmm.
And then going back to the rendering, this parking looks to be perpendicular to the alley,
Correct.
whereas on the rendering, there's a car that looks to be parallel.
I had the same question. There's a car shown.
On the left-hand side, there's 2 parking spots outside of the building.
Where is that? Because this plan seems to indicate all the parking's in the envelope except
Yeah.
for the parking that's
Yeah,
in
all
the alley.
parking-
It's right
But the
there,
rendering,
there.
the last rendering you had up did show a car
You didn't
parked
show it.
parallel
Oh.
to Fielding.
Outside of the building.
Can
That's what-
you,
I
can
don't
you
think this
scroll down
site
to
plan
the,
Yeah, I'd have to, well, wait, let's use paper.
I don't think this site plan is what was in the rendering.
the rendering that has the nice 3D rendering?
Yeah, the
Oh,
last
okay.
one that
I'm
was
just trying to make
up.
sure. I
Yes.
don't know why I
Yeah,
can't
the
scroll.
very
Why can't I
last-
scroll?
Because we're in the wrong,
Oh,
here,
oh, there we go. Thank you, sir.
yeah, I've got that.
This guy here.
Yeah, that car, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
thank
So
you.
So the challenge, so my site plan is not absolutely correct. The problem with my site plan is that my building envelope, I took it all the way to almost the minimum setback required. The footprint of the building is actually smaller than what we're proposing, so my site plan is not exactly correct. So that's not an angled parking space. What you're seeing on the site plan is my building is sitting here, like this, all the way up, and it's
So
not.
which
It's
is-
actually, the building's actually smaller on the rendering, and the rendering is more accurate.
So the
square
rendering is
footage
the
we're
most
at-
accurate.
Yeah, in terms of the building massing, correct.
So the site, is there a correct site plan?
That
Right
looks like
there.
it
Right there. Yeah, so you're seeing this parking space, this car in that rendering parked right there. Here's the building envelope. So this is the accurate site plan. Same one that we're showing on mine, other than just the square footages and everything else match up. It's
But
just
is that one of
graphically.
your counted parking spots?
Yes,
Okay, it's just hard to tell.
it's
Yeah,
inside of the,
if you look at one site plan, the building is located here, and now it's here.
I have another question.
It's
Do you
9 foot
have,
wider on my plan.
do you meet the accessible spaces requirements for this? This is not one
Yes,
of the
we do.
-2?
No,
That's-
yes, to answer your question, yes, we are.
You
One
have
per
the
25.
appropriate.
Yeah,
have
we
the
have to
appropriate.
for that. We can't get waivers from ADA.
Just want to make
We
sure,
get sued
because in
day
the prior plan, you had 2. So just why.
Yeah, no, we're still at the minimum required by code, yeah, by federal as well as y'all's code.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, let's clarify that, because that's 5%, so it's 1 in 20. And if you're required to have 21, you're required to have 2.
it's
Well,
based
so-
on what you're providing, not what you're required.
I would ask for staff to clarify that.
Well, I can answer that question, but staff can answer it too as well. But I'll answer it this way, and I'll let Ronnie, okay, it's based on what you're providing.
The parking requirements for ADA is your first one is the handicap spot, up to 25. The 26th one goes to 2, so it's 1 per 25.
Okay, not 5%.
But-
Okay.
Can I just clarify that though, because I do a lot of shopping malls that are like thousands of parking spaces. Thousands of parking spaces, as we all know, like when you go to West Shore Mall. I don't know how many parking spaces that has, but it's a hell of a lot more than what's required by code. ADA federal guidelines say you must provide 2% of what's provided. So if we provide 500 parking spaces, it's 2% of that. Even though code says you only need to do 200, it's not 2% of 200, it's not 2% of 21, it's not 2% of 29, it's 2% of whatever we're providing. In this case, we're providing less because of the waiver we're asking for, but we're not providing, thankfully, as Juan pointed out, we're not providing less than, either way you look at it, we're not providing less than what's required by ADA. So just to caveat that for future stuff.
Let me think I can straighten this out pretty quick here.
Yeah.
When we had the drive, you got it, Ron? I'll stop moving it. There we go. When we had to move the drive off of Fielding, we needed 2 handicap spots. When we moved the entrance drive off the alley, we lost parking, so that got less handicap stalls.
Yeah.
So what is the actual square footage now?
It's 6,169 is the gross square footage.
And the parking's based on 6398, so just so you know. The 21 stalls that we keep referring to.
Yeah.
I think we get it, the parking is a reduction is a concern, because there's already a shortage of parking, it appears. I'm not sure what the user is that's generating that demand. It's not, the law office is to our south and to our west. I'm not sure, again, what the uses 100% are to our east of this alley, but that appears to be I don't want to say the culprit, but the reasoning behind this increased demand. I go back to, even though we're asking for reduction in parking, and I know it's an on-street versus off-street, and I know what the code says, but we're providing 3 extra parking spaces. So in this area, we're providing above and beyond what code requires. We have an extra space going in. We're putting in 23 parking spaces. We're not putting in 19. Granted, that counts the right-of-way, that counts on-street parking, but we're actually adding a parking spot to this area. If we don't rezone it, we don't put parking spaces there. We leave it as grass.
Your on-site, off-street parking is intended to be 19, correct?
The off-street parking total is 19. That
Okay, thank
includes
you.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah.
Other questions, Commissioner?
Not for now.
When you came before the board the last time, the building facade did extend closer to Fielding, and there weren't 2 parking spaces at grade adjacent to Fielding.
There was.
There was.
There was?
Yes,
There were 2 parking
Yeah,
spaces
I didn't
adjacent?
change that.
Yeah, this is the same graphic that we, well, that's not the.
Well, can you go back to the
No, I
previous
got it.
Yeah, let me have it.
rendering? Because I don't recall 2 parking spaces being there.
No, I got it. right.
That's actually more troublesome than many of the other issues right now, is to have cars parked adjacent to the sidewalk.
Yeah, there's the exhibit we had last time. Same building, not the same building, but the same
Yeah.
same parking scheme. This asphalt is not connected. There's a buffer here.
You need to zoom out, please.
Oh,
Here, wait.
let me just slide it over. There. Yeah, I mean, there's not gonna be pavement here. This is landscape the whole way. So, this is not an access.
How does the car get there?
How does the car get there? Let me go back to the site plan.
From inside.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
drives
it's the
inside.
same way that all the other
Comes outside.
parking spaces come. You come in.
Can
then
you
you
please put the, can we look at the
You
correct
gotta send
plan? Thank you.
See, this plan here,
Let's
look at,
not-
look at-
She asked the question, let them
Okay.
answer that question.
Here, thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's see, so when you come in off of Platt, you're coming down the alley, you pull in. You can pull into these 2 parking spaces or these 3 or 4 parking spaces, or you come through and you park under the building. Or you can continue and park in these 2 parking spaces, no different than this one. These
Okay.
2 cars are parked side by side. There's not, like, it's not, you know,
Okay, I guess I just didn't see the,
it's hard to
the
see that in the
driveway
rendering.
behind the car
Yeah,
and around the
yeah,
building.
this isn't like they're coming in and parking here. This is a good graphic to look at. I mean, this is all green. There's gonna be trees there, there's gonna be shrubs there. We're only showing shrubs because it's a rendering,
Mm-hmm.
but this has to meet city criteria, so there's gonna be a shade tree every 40 feet there. So
Okay.
it's gonna be at least 2 or 3 shade trees here, a whole bunch here, and a whole bunch here,
Got it, thank
or
you.
maybe palms.
Can you leave that there and
Sure.
zoom in on those 2 parking spaces that are outside of the building?
These 2
please?
here?
Yes.
Everybody uses this thing. Okay, scoot it over.
Is that
Okay,
good?
so that has backup radiuses
Yeah.
that cut out there were, okay.
Yeah, that's
So-
so that looks like a driveway at probably the beginning of one. Those are the 3-foot radiuses that you would have in any parking lot.
Right, so,
You go- it's
so
like
there
a
is,
wall.
there is additional paving there.
Yeah.
The sidewalk isn't shown here.
The sidewalk is here in the aerial.
It's outside of the, okay, it's outside.
Yeah, it's in the
there.
right of way. We've
Okay.
got 10 feet basically between the edge of the radius backup, so somebody doesn't, because, I mean, I see parking lots like this all the time as an engineer where there's no turnout radius and you have to back into the other parking spot to get into this parking lot.
I understand
Yeah.
all that, it's just, I'm concerned with 2 parking spaces outside of the building on Fielding. That's what really upsets, is kind of disturbing to me. The previous site plan, can you pick up, there's a piece of paper, I think, underneath this, that there's a previous?
Yeah.
This was the site plan we saw
Mhm.
previously, with no spaces outside of the facade of the building. And now all of a sudden there is. It's like the site plan and the renderings don't
Can we-
agree with
Can
each
we
other.
shift the building over?
Well, yeah, I'd love to do that, but increase the square footage.
No,
which
that's
is-
not what I meant. Pick the whole, I'm an engineer and an architect. Pick up this whole big bold line and move it over 5 feet. That's all we're talking about. But this still meets all the setbacks. Does that?
Sure,
does that
but
use-
the stairwell has
Oh,
to
to
stay
put the
put.
parking spot
The
inside,
stairwell can
that's
stay,
what he's
but-
saying. So
But we
he
can
said-
just shift
yeah.
the building over, because there's no parking here. So, I mean, to address that concern, we can take this line that's here right now and move it over here.
I'm just saying that this is the site plan we saw before, and we even talked about this backup area and going through a hole and all that kind of stuff. And no time in the last presentation did we talk about being parking spaces outside of the building parallel to Fielding.
Commissioner, is there a question that we need to ask the
My apologies.
presenters?
Yes, is there a way that you can put those parking spaces under cover and inside of the building? That was one of my first questions, is that. Second, is there a way to reduce the first floor height to reduce the overall height of the building? And third, have you considered reducing the southern end of the building that faces Fielding, to kind of reflect the balcony that you put on the front side facing Platt, that would help step the building down a tiny bit to relate to the residential buildings on Fielding? Because right now, it's a steep, sheer, 45-foot, 3-story wall that goes up right against a residential scale structure.
The backside, here.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm up,
Well, of course, the answer is yes.
Well, let me address the parking thing for a minute. So we could address going back to that a minute, because I knew what your question was, even though you didn't ask one, but about the parking being covered. I mean, initially, I mean, I understood the concern, is what I'm trying to, if this could slide over, and I don't mean increase the size of the building, I'm literally saying slide the whole building over to the right, well, then it's enclosed and it looks like it did before. We can't shift the stair tower.
You can't, yeah, you can't move most of the building that's over there.
Yeah, so we can't shift the tower, but maybe we could shift over the wall, i.e. a false wall, make it look like a building. There's no extra square footage in it. Beats, you know, I'm not trying to say put a canopy over it. I'm saying put in a false wall is basically enclosing the parking. I'm not saying a 45-foot tall wall, because then it would look really bad, but or even a 35-foot tall. You see follow what I'm saying?
Yes,
Just
so
saying-
yeah.
I'm saying
I mean,
enclose it. I guess I'm trying to say it simply, but I'm not an architect, so.
We could shift the building over to contain those parking stalls. Again, we can't increase square footage, so we'll have to take a look at that. The rear south side, pulling that third floor in is getting to the point where there's not enough square footage and even doing a third floor.
Well, well, let me clarify, let me then ask another question. You're telling me that you can't, if you increase the size of the building, you're making the building too big, but then you can't cut
No, we're
off the
shifting,
third
not
floor of the
increasing.
back side? No, if the wall facing Fielding shifted out to cover all those, all those parking spaces, if that wall moved out, you're adding square footage to the building. And you're saying,
No.
no, if you
Moving the whole
moved,
building, I'm not
I
increasing
understand,
the,
if you move that wall out fully, you're saying you would add too much square footage to the building and it would change the parking, right?
if we took
So
that
you'd have
approach.
too much square footage.
Yes.
Then if you took the third floor on the back south side and made it a balcony, you'd be taking off square footage that would then offset that and would also relate better to the houses down Fielding.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Take it off here and add it
Yeah,
there.
Right.
yeah, I follow
And
you.
so you cover the parking spaces, you don't have cars parked along the sidewalk on Fielding, which is really unsightly. It's a pedestrian neighborhood, you don't want to be walking past cars. You know, there's the parking requirements for the residential neighborhoods, I think.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm just asking if that
Trade-off.
could be done.
Apples to apples,
Yeah,
sort of.
okay.
That could be done.
Sure
I'm not-
can. But then I wonder, when do we start attacking Pizza Hut, the gynecologist, the school, that all have parking right on Platt, which I agree with you, is not the way to do it. But that's the way it is.
So, any other questions,
I'm done
Commissioner?
with my non-questions.
Commissioner DeCubis?
I don't have any other questions, but I did want to say I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation and all the slides, so thank you.
No problem. Sorry for the
So I have
technical difficulties.
some questions. I was not here for your initial presentation, so I don't know whether or not you did this exercise or a couple other exercises that I'm gonna ask about. And I too appreciate Mr. Smith's presentation. I know how much you love technology, and it's a
Thank you, Susan.
it's a fabulous presentation. We could use you to help educate others in that regard. My first question is, has there or were there studies done to look at various compositions in terms of massing so that where you arrived makes sense? I agree with some of the comments made, and we can certainly talk about that in a little bit, but were there other studies done to look at the mass and how you actually exist, or how this project actually resides on the plat of land that you're given, and that you meet those setbacks for the PD request?
Yes, there was, between me and the client, of course.
Yeah,
But because of parking and column placement, at least in, I'm going to use it, John called it the ice cube the last time. That's how the mass occurred. You know, our
I don't know what
client.
the ice cube reference is, but did you look at a solution that offered up all the parking on site without asking for a waiver?
Pardon me, could you repeat?
Did you look at a solution that provided all the on-site parking without the need for a waiver?
Well, I'm in a rock and a hard place, in the frying pan and the fire. To get what our client was looking for versus the parking was really a trick. And yes, I did study that and must have had, 20 different parking layouts to try to get it, to maximize parking with
Right.
what we had.
I would say the parking, from a parking standpoint, the initial plan we had, which again wasn't the best because of the access and literally driving traffic onto Fielding. When we had the driveway on Fielding, we had more parking because we had full-blown row off the alley back here that we had more parking. So we still have the same amount of parking this way because it's double-headed. You have parking like this car in the thing. So if you add a driveway here, you don't lose parking. But we lost parking by putting the driveway here,
Understood.
so that we had like 23 or 24 parking spaces initially.
And you are indeed at your client's minimum required square footage to have his entire staff on site with that 6,169 gross square feet?
Yes, and I was very surprised that he allowed me to do the balcony.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're on the slide that's showing.
Yeah. Yeah, we reduced this building by over 1,000 square feet. I mean, and it's equal to what you see here on the screen as the balcony.
But it indeed is meeting the minimum square footage requirements that the client has requested for his office needs, his staff needs?
Honestly, probably not, because that's why he went and bought another piece of property. He bought the existing media office that's located off of Cypress Street that's been there for a while. It has the ball field, so he's gonna have dual offices. But this is the minimum that he needs at this location to make it work.
Okay.
And he's not intending to sell it. I mean, he's a long-term land banking guy, so.
So I have another question for the architect. Was there a study done looking at the relationship of setbacks of the properties to the west of this site? I'm erasing the east because there's such a disconnect.
Yeah, from the west, let's see.
You had it. Was
I don't know if we, I mean, because,
The
can
front
you get it back to
setback
the thing?
relationships.
Which
The
slide?
front setback?
Yeah.
Yeah, the front setbacks, it's actually less than ours. We have the minimum per code. I don't believe theirs meets current code. I think it's 10 feet off of plat. I think they're like 8. That's aerial interpretation using the property appraiser, but that's usually pretty accurate within a foot or two. So they're either right at the minimum like we are, or they're about a little bit shy of that and they're into it. Same thing along Fielding. They're closer to Fielding than we are.
Well, fielding is not the question for me.
For plat?
The
Yeah.
question was the setbacks along Platte, more
Yeah.
significantly the properties to the west of this
Yes,
site.
over here to our west, yes, this existing office building, right? They're closer than we are. They're either at it or the same, if that makes sense. They're not farther back. They're not.
So there was no actual
Do you have a graphic that shows that? Can we get?
study done on the setbacks,
Here.
that was my question. Existing properties.
To answer your question, no, I don't think there was a study done, but I think this guy here is literally on top of, they have just enough to get that knee wall in there. The knee wall itself is on top of the
Can you pull
sidewalk.
that up just a little bit,
Sorry.
please? That's okay.
Sorry, I'm
You
looking
don't
at-
know what we can see.
I'm looking down and not looking up. So yeah, your knee wall is like right, their knee wall, which ours won't be right on top of the sidewalk like that, is on the sidewalk. And their building's maybe 8 feet off that wall. Ours is gonna be 10 feet off the back of the sidewalk / property line. Sidewalk in this area on along Platte is, the back of that sidewalk right here is roughly what the right-of-way line is.
I have a question for staff,
So
please.
That's tight.
Under the PD, what is their minimum required front setback?
You set that setback through the PD process. Through our discussions internally, we talked about the environment, the setbacks off of Platte, and also be careful with the setbacks off of Fielding as you go by. If that building increases to the west, it'll violate the front yard setbacks as you go down Fielding to the south.
So their address is Platte, so the front is, but also the side setback along Fielding, is that a secondary, primary? I mean, front?
Both of the setbacks should be established by the environment, by the historic environment. So when
Right.
we look at it and when we coach them, administratively, we look at the historic structures that are present within the environment along their prominent corridors, Platte, and then Fielding is not a secondary street. Fielding is a substantial street as well with historic fabric. So this building needs to be placed to be plus or minus, a foot within the environment setbacks.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it for my questions. I am done with my questions. Any other questions from anyone?
I just wanted to follow up with staff, with that last question. Given that the site plan that's now being proposed is set back considerably from Fielding's enough so that there's a parking space outside of the building along Fielding, is that the setback line that staff has been recommending that they meet to align with or to be compatible with the rest of the structures on Fielding?
I have not seen those dimensions, but that came up in discussion, that the body of the building should be in line with the body of the contributing structure to the south down Fielding, not the porch, with the body of the building. So
Okay.
the massing should be consistent down that block as well.
Okay.
So that dimension should be discussed.
So what the applicant was doing was setting that facade back that we were just discussing, you know, where does that facade go on Fielding? That setback is compatible with the remaining structures on Fielding.
I believe that dimension should be discussed today. I'm not sure where it sits today, but in our discussions, you know, administratively, we talked about lining up with the body of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a drawing, this is to the applicants, do you have a drawing that shows the closest house on Fielding on the site as it relates to the intended
That's it right there.
layout?
This is a rendering. I can go to the site plan itself.
We'd rather a
But
site plan.
this,
We'd rather a site plan, please.
sure.
Thank you.
No, this is good. This is the current. I got it right here. Can you guys see it okay? No, this is good. Leave it here.
Oh, I got a good one.
That's got the house on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's okay. It's okay. So here is our proposed building edge. Here is the house. Here is his carport. I mean, he's got a carport here, but here is his, like, help me here. This is the porte cochere, if you will. It's not a porte cochere, but the porch, the overhang for the porch. So I don't know if that was the question, but as far as where our parking spot's going, our parking spot's going at the minimum building setback along Fielding. So our parking spot is,
At the 10-foot
if we decided
setback.
to enclose it, for example, it would be in line with the massing down Fielding for the house immediately to our south. It wouldn't be all of a sudden sticking out like a sore thumb closer to the rest of Fielding than the rest of the street,
but-
including the property just to our south.
Okay.
Right now, we're further back off of Fielding than the rest of Fielding. We're set back 20 feet off of Fielding, not 10 like everybody else.
It would be nice to know what those other dimensions are on the adjacent structures so that we could, because as a PD, we're setting setbacks. And it'd be
Yes.
nice to know what all the, you know, what the adjacent structure setbacks are, not through a cloudy area.
I agree with what you're saying, I'm not disagreeing at all. I'll just add to what Ron was saying a minute ago. Being that this is in a historical district, it's a little different, obviously. But if this wasn't in a historical district, which is not the case, it's a CG zoning, we are meeting CG zoning requirements, which is, that's the proposed setback.
Right.
It's 10 foot. And we have more than 10 feet on this building, and our building's set back more than everybody else's building.
Right, but
So if it's back more than everybody else's building, I'm not sure why the concern is.
What's your setback right here?
It's roughly 20 feet. Everybody else's is 10.
Thank you.
Everybody else meets code.
And the setback on Platt is what again?
10
10.
feet.
10, okay.
And the building next to us is closer.
Any other questions?
I have one. Fielding, I know you're not intending to use that as your entrance, but that street does have street parking, correct?
It has on.
There are cars that are parked on the street?
Correct. To Ron's picture earlier, there's a no parking sign on the northbound side, but
Okay.
on the southbound side of Fielding, yeah, there's parking there
Okay.
currently.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, any other questions for the applicants? So you now have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I mean, I guess the biggest things are of course, the parking reduction that we're asking for, the building heights that we're asking for, trying to make it not only agreeing with the fabric of the historic nature of Platt and the whole region, but also immediate adjacent structures regarding the height that some of the commissioners have brought up in terms of immediately to our south. Getting back to what we were just talking about, though, I mean, from not knowing what this buffer, I mean, the setback is, knowing that it's less, i.e. they're closer, they're on top of the street, for lack of a better term, more than we are. They're on top of the street on Platt more than we are. I don't see our setbacks as an issue. I mean, if we're proposing bigger setbacks than everybody else, I don't know how that's a problem. The main reasoning behind that is, one, we can't put a bigger building in there because then we'd have more parking issues with terms of a bigger ask in terms of the reduction. Again, going back to the parking, just for a quick second, then I'll let Kevin kind of talk to the building design itself and the massing. I mean, again, I know it's on-street versus off-street, but we're proposing 19 on-site or required 21 on-site. But we're removing this driveway. We're adding 2 adding 3 parking spaces here. So we're actually proposing for the region a net addition of 1 parking space. In other words, if we didn't do anything on this project and we built 3 parking spaces, we've added 3 parking spaces. But we're doing a project that we're asking for a reduction, so we have 1 additional parking space that we're adding to this region. Is that a huge amount of parking that we're adding? No, but it is an add. It'd be one thing if we're eating all this parking up and then you have a bigger issue for whoever's causing these problems over here now. Granted, 1 parking space doesn't solve the 5 or 6 spaces we see in the picture for cars. But again, it's, if I'm a technical engineering, code ratio, we meet the code, in my opinion, for on-street, off-street. So that's kind of, I guess, my spiel on the parking. But do you have anything else to?
No.
Thank you.
Thanks,
We'll
guys.
go ahead and close the public hearing, and commissioners will discuss the case. Any salient points?
I think it is inevitable that Tampa becomes denser. And sometimes I think that we are overly concerned about boundaries when we go from what is very, very clearly a commercial street with some, with traffic that is moving pretty swiftly. And then where we have lots of, and then Fielding, which is a street that has very few residences on it, at least close to Platt, and is mostly office in converted residences. I think that asking to add a balcony on the back, gives you a very hot balcony. It's on the south side of the building. On the north side it'll be shaded. I think they've really sort of massaged this thing quite a bit. I have some difficulty with the appearance of the building because I wish that the sort of elements of decoration from the Mediterranean, the small tiled eyebrows over things, I sort of wish those stopped at the 2nd floor and that the 3rd floor had simple parapets, because I think that kind of helps the building to fit into the neighborhood better. But I think that they're there in terms of their parking and their relationship to other aspects of the surrounding area.
I just want to remind everyone that we're not here talking about a certificate of appropriateness. We're here about a rezoning. So those concerns we can hash out later.
All right. Your point is well
Good
taken.
reminder. I needed that too. I agree with Mr. Myers, and I also actually kind of like that car outside of the building, and instead of a big wall right there, with the landscaping as a buffer, I think it provides a little bit of complexity, and I don't know. I like it. I think that it's really transformed since a month ago. I mean, it's come a long way, and I think it's good. It'll fit well.
I want to go back to the car on the outside and the 2 parking spaces on the outside versus the setback that's required on, or that is going to be determined by this PD on Fielding. And if staff had determined that it needed to be back, where it is currently, and not forward to the 10-foot setback line, but where it is currently, pushed back, that allow that outside parking spaces to be made or designed, then it should remain there. I didn't mean to move or suggest that the facade be moved, closer to Fielding if it's not in compatibility with the houses down Fielding, And even though they're building their business structures, they're still residential scale properties. They're, that's, we're guiding, the character of the historic district, whether it's a commercial property or residential property. What its uses doesn't matter. It's the character that we're looking at. So I didn't mean to suggest that the wall be moved closer to Fielding than staff had already agreed with the applicant. But that said, I think having two parking spaces parallel to the sidewalk adjacent to Fielding, adjacent to the sidewalk, is not in character with the historic district. You know, we don't allow cars to be parked next to sidewalks in historic districts generally, from a pedestrian standpoint. But what that does is reduces parking from 1917 if those two spaces aren't there. So I have major concerns about that, and I'd also, I think that Fielding side needs to minimally match and be compatible with the setbacks down Fielding of the adjacent structures. But we don't know what that is, because it's not been documented. It hasn't been measured, it hasn't been documented, but I'd say that has to be part of the scheme. And I'd also think that I wouldn't approve a PD with parking spaces adjacent to the sidewalk.
But isn't that the same as parking on the street? It's right next to the sidewalk.
No. So,
There's how?
It's different.
if you look at the historic pattern of parking, and we're talking about Fielding here, so all of at least the ones that I can see closest, have a porte cochere, and porte cocheres are usually, and these are, contained within the full body of the home, the main body of the structure. And so therefore, when the cars are typically parked under the cover of the porte cochere, they're behind or at least in line with the body of the structure. The second part is both of the closest residences on Fielding, whether or not they're both being used as commercial entities at this point, they both have porches. And what porches do beyond the public space, sort of being that space between public and more private, it also adds a step down in the massing. And so when we were talking about massing before, and the architect did a fabulous job of walking through and how it changed and why, there's an opportunity there to relate to that step down in mass. So rather than potentially proposing that more terraced, and I would call that a terrace, not a balcony for its size, that rather than offering more terrace space, that a way to bring the car back into the building envelope is to consider that first story in some way, negotiating that idea of porch to mass, to main body mass. I think there are a few opportunities here that could really bring this design home. I just don't buy it at this time. I don't think a car parked parallel to a sidewalk in this district or any other district that we ever see is appropriate. And whether or not they're commercial entities in those residential structures, there's still a scale to that street that Platt doesn't have, and it's a relief from Platt. So, and I just want to make a comment. Whenever we see projects come forth, new ones, and they're in a context such as this, which is really suffering from an identity, from a feel of being part of a neighborhood, and actually the result of quite a lot of removal of character, there's always that opportunity to rebuild that. And we can't make up for mistakes in the past with this body. A lot of those projects that were referenced here tonight were prior to our time on this commission, and honestly, many of them were prior to this commission. So we can only do what we can with those of you who come forward and work with you. It's not that we want to stop progress. We celebrate it. Most of us are architects up here, so as I am. But there's also, a charge that we have when we're in these historic districts to really think about what came before, what are the patterns that we recognize as being relevant and fruitful as we move forward in this new space of Tampa. So I think this is going in the right direction. I just think there are a few things that need to be reconsidered.
So let me ask this question. The recommendation is for a rezoning.
Correct.
which sets the parking, sets the height, sets the setbacks. The number, when it comes for the CA or past the rezoning, those things could be moved around, correct?
Right, but this is our opportunity to say the boundary of the project is this, this, and this. So if we agree that the fielding side should be 20 feet for the primary body of the structure, then it stays as it is. If, however, we feel strongly enough that a change should be considered, we can recommend that that setback be reduced or other. So this is our opportunity to help bring forth a recommendation to city council about whether or not, one, we agree with what was presented tonight, and if not, what are the recommendations to make it more appropriate in our collective view for this historic district and this site?
So basically, what we're approving at this juncture is
Setback?
the setbacks, the
Maria.
massing. I'm actually kind of.
They're asking for a waiver with the parking and the height, and you're approving the site plan as presented. That's what you're here for. It's just a recommendation
Right.
to city council as the site plan presented with the 2 waivers.
So if we recommend it, at that point, it moves forward.
City
With-
council will make the final
Right.
decision regarding the recommendation.
Right.
Okay, but the site plan won't change.
Correct, at city council, if city council approves the, site plan as presented, that site plan is in place.
Got it.
And at that point, the building design, which obviously moving into the CA.
We're not talking.
I'm talking amongst the commissioners right now, just amongst ourselves, just,
Well, I wanted to clarify, I understand what you're talking amongst the commissioners, the certificate of appropriateness is at a later time.
We understand.
Okay.
right. What I was trying to say was the PD zoning somewhat dictates some of that.
Right.
So what she was asking was a question, and I was trying to answer it.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
So at this time, as we heard tonight and answered our questions regarding setback, which sets the boundaries horizontally in the landscape, plat is at 10 feet and fielding is at 20. And then the height was 35 to 45, which is one of their waivers.
And parking from 21 to 19, with 2 of
Correct,
those
that's their
outside.
other waiver. Remember, we cannot take into account off-street parking. We can't. The CAD doesn't, we are not allowed to. They can't control those spaces, so they can't even say that they're theirs.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right.
So, charge. Approve the waiver for the -2, approve the waiver for the +10 in the height, and approve the plan, the site plan as presented today with the setback shown. Anyone willing to make a motion at this time?
Is it, okay, found it. Kamaria, when I'm making the motion, I need to put in the waivers, correct? Okay. Okay, I move to recommend city council approve ARC 22-328/REZ 22-41 for the property located at 410 and 412 West.
7,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I wrote 7 and said 4. At 710 and 712 West Platt Street for the proposed rezoning from CG and RO-1 to PD, along with the 2 waivers and a reduction in off-street parking from 21 to 19, as well as an increase in building height from 35 to 45. For the reasons that the changes are appropriate with the fabric in the area, and the massing and scaling is also appropriate for the historic area.
I second the motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and raise your hand indicating so. Nay. Or aye. Motion fails. Anyone else willing to make a motion? We have to send something to the city, so we have to come up with a motion that works for all of us, or at least the majority of us. We have to push forward a recommendation to city council that we all, or at least the majority of us, can agree with. It is recommendation to city council in this case. Yeah, you got it. Yep, second to last.
Next time might be 4 people again.
All right, I move to recommend City Council deny ARC 22-328, REZ 22-41 for the property located at 710 and 712 West Platte Street for the proposed rezoning from CGRO1 to PD for the reasons that parking requirements are in need of a waiver. The massing and setbacks are inconsistent with the area. I think that's it.
Any second?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor of the motion, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Before we go any further, I'm missing packets for 3 of the matters.
The next piece is 541.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to 184?
184 was.
Continue.
Oh, those were the first 3. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Commissioners. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. As Ms. Pettis-Mackle stated, case number ARC 21-541 is our next item that you'll be hearing this evening. This application is for the property located at 308 East Idlewild Avenue in the Seminole Heights Historic District. This is a contributing structure in the district. The request is for an addition to the primary structure and a new accessory structure with site improvements. Moving to our photo presentation here, this is the map of the Tampa Heights Historic District. You may be able to see the subject site in question in green. It's near the north end of the district, so that would be
Yep.
up there. Looking at the 1920s Sanborn map of this part of Seminole Heights, you can again see the subject site in green. It's on the north side of Idlewild Avenue, located in between Branch and Central Avenues. You can see it's sited on somewhat of a wide lot. The house and the existing accessory structure are visible on this Sanborn map. This is the present-day aerial of the subject site, again showing the property, this time outlined in green. Again, on the north side of Idlewild between Branch and Central. This is looking at the front elevation of the house. This is the east elevation of the property. And this is the west side of the house, and you can also see the existing accessory structure there. This is a view of the existing accessory structure. You can see that there is a sidewalk that runs across the front of the property. No driveway currently, though. This is a closer view of the existing accessory structure. This is the rear of the house, of the primary building on the site. Moving back out to the street, we're looking here at the house just to the east. And then this is the property to the west. And the house directly across the street to the south. This is a view looking east along Idlewild. You can see the interstate off in the background there. And then this view is looking west on Idlewild toward Branch. That concludes the photo presentation, so at this time I'll have the applicant come forward and present the request.
Good evening. My name is Alan Dobbs with Florida Design Studio. I have been sworn. My clients have owned this house for a while. They're a young family, young growing family. And like so many other families in Sumner Heights, they need additional space. And originally, we were going to add to the house, but then there were some discussions about the accessory building. So we got a continuance so that we could kind of look at that again. But basically, this project is composed of 3 parts. The first is, and I'm going to go ahead and put the site plan here. Okay. So the first part is adding on to the existing accessory structure. They wanted to add, the existing primary structure. They wanted to add a family room or additional living room in the back of the house because families now spend a lot of time living in the back of their house, especially considering they have a fairly large backyard. And also they wanted to add a master suite. So, and you'll see on the floor plan how that works out. And then obviously they wanted a rear porch. So that's sort of one component. Another component is this screen, or this patio that's on the side. It's not very usable right now. There's some French doors to it. And I'll show some pictures of that. Elaine showed a picture of that area when she showed the east elevation. And they just want to create a covered, screened-in area there so the dining room can extend out. The other thing is the accessory structure. And it's an existing one-story structure. There's no way to modify it. We looked at different options for adding to the back so we could keep it as a one-story structure. But it was determined we really needed to just remove it and replace it with a 2-story structure. So this original petition had a second floor. This was like a 2-story addition. So some of that space went to the second floor of the accessory building so we could keep this 1 story in the back. I was going to show some pictures of some context. This picture is similar to the one that Elaine took earlier. This is very unique to Seminole Heights with the placement of this accessory structure. as forward the way it is, and also this being an extra wide lot, there's no connection between the structures, and it does not appear that there's ever been a driveway or a curb cut there. So with adding a two-story structure, obviously the massing and form is a big consideration. So some other examples on Idlewild, here's two right here that show a one-story with the one-story building, and then also a two-story. The problem with the two-story is this one's set way far to the back, but ours is not, you know, so I think it's more important to break up the building form, and you'll see how we did that in the elevations. Another thing is, you know, these are two separate driveways on separate properties. We have two doors, so we're gonna have a double wide driveway. This is further down on Idlewild on the corner of Branch. This really is an appropriate door, but it kind of shows you or gives you an idea of having two driveways with ribbons on each of them. I've been busy on Idlewild the last couple of years. This is my 5th project on Idlewild. I don't know what it is, but one of the projects I did, it was before this board about 2 years ago. This is a really great arts and crafts style house on Idlewild in Branch, and this was all vacant back here, so we added a 2-story accessory structure and a covered connector. And we spent a lot of time looking at not only the architectural details, obviously, but the massing and form. So that the form, you know, like the slope of the roof and everything picks up on the house, but also stepping back and stepping in and having different roof forms really brought the scale of that building down, so that this part sitting most forward sort of ties more into the existing house. And then this gives you another view of it. Okay. So, actually, I'm gonna go to the floor plan, sorry. By the way, my client was not able to attend the meeting, and so he's watching it online. So I have my phone here, so I was going to see if he actually texts or something. So if I look away from it, that's why. So as far as the addition, you can see it's the family room is here, bedroom here, and the bath. This area is mostly existing. We're going to modify this area somewhat. There's 2 bedrooms in the back, which my clients wanted to maintain, so it was a challenge doing an addition off the back, but yet maintain natural light to those windows. So this one, you know, is covered partially by the porch. And then also, when you are adding inside of an L-shaped building form, that's always a challenge. So, but basically, we just went off the bat. And you'll see on the roof plan, this was one of the concerns that the staff had, was this house has a primary ridge here, that's the highest ridge, but then it has these cross gables that go here and here. So it's at this cross gable where we're adding on. So that's part of what differentiates new from existing, because on the, sorry, I'm gonna go back to the survey again, or the site plan. That was one of the challenges with this addition, because we have this tree here, we have our 7-foot setback, so we really couldn't go this way anymore, we couldn't go that way. We did go back as much as we need, it's about 40 feet, and then also we kept the width of this to a minimum 13 foot to the outside. So that's that part. The other part is the screened room area. That footprint, we're just building on top of the existing footprint. It'll have a low slope roof that tucks in underneath the existing eave. And that's the purpose of that, is just to make that more usable space, because right now it's not comfortable to sit out there. And then the other thing is the accessory building. It's oriented so the garage doors, of course, face the street. We did not want to have stairs along here because of the view to the back, we wanted to keep that as open as possible. When I show you some more pictures, there's a beautiful fence that goes around the property. It's basically a fence between these like stone piers. And so there's one right here between the buildings, so we're gonna try and maintain that. So the access is basically from the back here, and you can see how that roof form is broken up. So I'm gonna, before I go through the elevations and talk about some of the design in a little more detail, I wanted to kind of just point out a few things, because I always try and get inspiration from the existing structure. Obviously, this is where the addition is going. You can see there's a very unique siding pattern on this house. We're going to be maintaining that. It has these circular windows. They actually appear to be original. I've never really seen them on a house from the 20s, but they appear original. And then also you can see it some other views. It has a concrete or masonry stem wall. It's not on piers, and I couldn't really find any vents around it, so which was interesting. This is where the screen porch is going to be. This picture shows the that fence and that I was talking about. All the gates sort of have that sort of pattern, and then you can see the roof here. That's part of the gable, and that's where that eave goes back. So that's what we're extending, and then that's the tree. It has a fairly high canopy, so that was another reason we decided to not do the two-story addition, and instead do a two-story addition or two-story structure with the garage. This is the garage. Again, it has the same siding as the house, similar detail there. The eaves and soffits are all the same. The garage doors, they're not unique. They're actually fairly common, I guess, in Hyde Park, Seminole Heights, Tampa Heights. One of the questions in the staff report was how do they operate? Basically, this door swings open. This door has a little pin that you pull down, this pulls out, and this slides over to the side, and that's how you open the door. So we're gonna, here's another view of that. So we're gonna save that hardware and restore it, and then have new doors made to match those existing doors. Another thing to note here is there's no corner boards on this house. They did woven butt joints, not miter joints, but woven butt joints, which is a more watertight corner, and is very characteristic of Craftsman style homes. This shows the eave on the gable end in a little more detail. It's basically beadboard, and it has like a 2-inch bed molding, and it's only like about a 5-inch fascia. Again, you can see the siding in a little more detail. This is the stem wall here. That's the only vent I saw all the way around the house. It does have a lot of overgrowth, but again, this is the front of the house. It has just a very low stem wall. Here's another view to sort of show the soffits. It's kind of unique that it doesn't have exposed rafter tails, but it does have the beadboard. And notice the beadboard keeps its same orientation as it goes up the rake. That's an important detail. And this is another view of the gate. So, as you can see, the new building is much taller than the existing building, but we're bringing the scale down by having this 1-story gable project forward, and then this has a smaller gable, and it steps back, and then this steps back even further, but all the details match the existing garage. One of the things I didn't mention when I was talking about the site plan, you can kind of see this is existing plan. You can see the front elevation, so we're a little bit wider, but we still have the proper building separation. This fence and gate will be able to remain or replace. We're about at the same height, and then you can see the new structure there. This is the side. The second floor is kind of a cruciform floor plan, but you can see this gable bumps out on the side. That has a larger window, which is the egress window. This is the side of the garage, so we don't have any windows there. And then we just have small windows on either side here. I think that one's to the bathroom. And then you can see part of the porch off the back. So this is the other side that faces the house. Here, because it's more prominent, more open, we wanted to have double windows just to allow more light. There's a single door that goes into the garage area. Actually, I forgot to mention, let me step back to the floor plan just for a second. Because floor plans help explain why fenestration is designed the way it is and the patterns. Currently, the garage, he has a very, here, I'm going to show here. It has a very shallow storage area right here, and it's just not big enough. And then he has this as a playroom. It's like a gaming room, really. And he also uses it as an office as well. So we're keeping that same sort of idea, but what we're doing is we're making that larger, so it will still have the same frontage, but then we'll have the playroom back here. So that's the door to go into the playroom, and then a person door into the garage. So I thought that was important to explain that window and that door. And you can also note that the roof line continues all the way across on the first floor. Then here you can see the addition to the main house. We did the low slope or lower slope porch roof because if we spanned a roof from here to here, the ridge would be higher than the main ridge, which we certainly didn't want to do. And this is sort of a typical roof form on houses of the period. And then we just have the open porch with 7-inch square finished columns. One of the things on the drawings that y'all had looked at, I had shown piers and foundation enclosures. Since this house didn't have it, I revised the drawing so that it all has stucco on masonry. Again, that's to sort of match the house. And then also, what I wanted to do on the porch is, you'll see the detail of this porch, but basically, it has the same stucco stem wall, but then we're going to do a poured concrete floor on the porch. It's much more durable, maintenance-free, and it's just a better application for this. And then here, you see the rear elevation. We didn't have enough area. We're maxed out on area for the garage, so we couldn't extend this roof out even further, so that's why this comes up, and we have an open deck here. So you have a person door to go, a door there to go in. There was a question about that window in staff report. That's a small window because that's in the bathroom. Then just go back to the plan. So you can see the layout. You come up the steps to the deck, come in this little entry. This is all just open living, and then you have the bathroom that has these two small windows in it. And then also from your drawing, I increased the size of these columns. I originally had them 4x4, but obviously they're way too skinny looking, so I beefed them up to 7x7. So they're still look slender, but I think they're correctly proportioned given that this is a very light load, and also it's the same porches that we're using on the porch, which is basically a manufactured box column. So this is the side where we have the this area is getting screened, and so basically we're using the same manufactured box columns, but we're going to use a smaller size, and then the screen frame and chair rail are just set inside that. to be honest, I kind of ran out of time because I had to change all this, remove all that. So I don't have a section of that, but one detail I do have that was in the report was the screen frame detail. So basically, there's your manufactured box column. You put in a 1x2, and then that's your screen frame right there. It's a very simple detail, and you can kind of see there. And so if you use like a dark screen frame with charcoal screen, this just all looks like it's dark. It looks very nice. Just gotta look at my notes real quick. So with the accessory building, the location setback and building separation were all concerns to work with. I talked about 1-story versus 2-story, and then, of course, the challenges with doing a 2-story with the building scale and also its location. And then also, a lot of this comes from the program. You know, we have to have that building, my client wanted parking, storage in the playroom, and then an open living area for guests, which we had planned on having on the second floor house. So I have a wall section here, but I have some larger details that are easy to look at. I'm just going to move this down as or move it up and then down. So just asphalt shingles on the roof. As I mentioned, this is a 2x6 tail that has the 3/4-inch V-groove, tongue groove on the underside, and 2-inch bed molding, and then you have a 2x4 frame wall. All the window details are going to match the existing. This was a detail I had to change. The siding goes fairly far down, so I'm doing like a double plate on top of the masonry wall just so the siding can come down a little bit further, and then that's just stucco on there. And then on the gable end, basically similar detail. The siding comes up the gable, and then we have the 2-inch bed molding and then the siding. I didn't show the vent here. That's just going to be decorative because we're actually going to do isoning and vented attics, but it will look exactly the same as if it was a functioning vent. This is this section at the porch, basically the same detail but a lower slope. You have the same V-groove soffit, which is also the same for the porch ceiling. And then this beam is wrapped with 3/4-inch wood. And then you have your 7-inch square manufactured column. It has a decorative cap. I think the front porch has a small wood column, corner column, so we're picking up on that detail a little bit. And then also doing a base at the bottom, just a 5.5-inch base. And then this shows the concrete slab. We're going to have a little bit of an overhang, and then we're going to have a piece of hardy trim. The hardy just because it's filling in where the concrete is, just to give a little extra detail to the edge of the slab there. And also, as you can see, it aligns with the steps as well. And then the steps are just wood steps with 2x2 pickets. It's 2x4, actually 4x2 top rail and a 5x5 newel post with a cap, kind of a typical detail. In the staff report, there's also mention of railing details. So stair railings are similar to guardrails. So this is the guardrail, which is basically a 4x2 top rail that has a wash on top, which means it slopes on the top. A square cap, 5x5 newel posts, 2x2 pickets, and then 2x4 bottom rail, again with the wash so that water drains off. And then 1.5-inch wood deck, 2x8 fascia, which is actually that's 2x8 structure, and then we have the 7-inch square column. So it's very simple, period, appropriate detail. And and this is the I'm gonna zoom out so you can see the whole thing, but, cause I already talked about, the typical eave detail, but you can see how, the second floor steps back from the first floor. The overall height is less than 22.5 feet, which is the maximum allowed for an accessory building in Seminole Heights. So we're able, since we have an interior bearing wall in the floor plan, we don't have to use 14-inch trusses. We were able to go with 2 by 12s at 16 inches on center to support this wall. And then down below, just a monolithic slab with the thickened edge, 2 by 4 frame wall, and then the footing. The window details are, again, these are typical window details of probably like 80% of the Craftsman style homes in Seminole Heights. But on the outside, we have a 5/4 casing, and then we have the finished siding. So you have to have proper, it's called profile panning. Delacoste actually told me that one time. It's sort of, if you turn the window on its side, it's like a pan that has a profile. So you want your casing to stick out, at least 3/4 of an inch from the siding, and then your window step back from that, and then you have a little reveal offset at the window. And then on the inside, just typical 3/4 inch trim. On the sill, you're having a heavier sill, but without a skirt. That's not done on any of the Craftsman homes, but a lot of the builders still seem to put them in. But typically they would just do a little 1/4 round trim. And then the head casing, again, similar to the jam casing detail, but we have a drip cap on top with flashing. So I'm just going to go through, I'm sure I may have missed a few things, but I know y'all are going to have questions. I'm just going to go through some of the materials. This is the type of door that I've presented to this board many times. It's a vinyl door, but it's amazing in that, it probably doesn't show up in this picture, but it has a very fine wood grain, and it has a very simple stop for the glass, which is typical of doors. Doors did not have putty glazing like windows. They actually had a profiled stop, so it's very similar to that. So that's why I like using that door on these historic homes in Seminole Heights. Pretty typical dimensional asphalt shingles. The house, it's very difficult to find wood windows that actually meet the code, look historic. So that's always challenging on a contributing structure. But on the new accessory structure, again, this is a window that's used quite a bit in the historic district. It's Sierra Pacific. It's called H3. It's a vinyl clad wood window. And then the hardware is just going to be period appropriate type hardware, dark bronze. Very very simple. That's another company. And then the lights, just again, very simple, sort of Craftsman style lights that are sort of period appropriate. And then if any of that changes, we'll certainly work that out with staff. So, anyways, I'll go ahead and just conclude my presentation. I think I covered everything. I may miss a few things, but I'm sure it will come up in questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have staff present.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioners, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. Staff found this application to be partially consistent with the Seminole Heights design guidelines. Though one item that we did have concern about was the form of the addition on the primary structure, and we found that was the addition was inconsistent with the original building form. So I believe that the applicant did go through the presentation very thoroughly and provided all the requested details there. So with that, I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
May I address that one point before
We
you
actually have
okay.
we have to follow procedure.
Okay, sure.
So now's the time for public comment. If if anyone is here. Don't see anyone. So then we get to ask questions. So we're going to ask questions. I'll start on my left this time with Commissioner Duque. If you have any.
Just if you want to address what Elaine brought up about breaking up the massing of the addition to the primary structure along the east and west elevations.
Okay, yes. I'm glad you asked that question because that's the point I wanted to emphasize when I was making my presentation. So the addition, I'm going to go to the plan here. The addition is really a function of the required program space, and I already mentioned about the width of the addition and how we sort of step this back and have this as a separate roof element. So from this side, yeah, the massing's kind of broken down. On this side, as I mentioned, the roof is just an intersecting gable, which is a very common way to tie into an existing house. I think the question was, is this too long without having some sort of break in the massing? And that was just something that we had kind of struggled with. We had the 2-story. We actually sort of stepped it back, and but on the 1-story, we don't really have that luxury. But we could do some sort of additive roof element or do a gable here or something, but I really think form follows function, and I don't like doing just additive things like that. And if we did another gable here, it would compete with these 2 existing gables. One thing I did do that's different than the elevations that staff reviewed, these are the 2 windows in the bedroom, so we kept those high for privacy, but also to break up the, windows are an important character defining feature, so when you have your fenestration kind of varied, that helps sort of break up the massing, I think, and look of elevation. So what we did here was these windows, I made them longer, which is similar to the other windows on the house. And then again, this sort of gable end tying into a cross gable is a very typical form or tie-in type detail. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I had one question. Looking at the section that you brought up of the accessory structure, the second floor walls were definitely recessed back from the first floor walls in the wall section.
Yes.
Yes. And in the elevations that you presented, they're not. They're flush.
No, actually, they are. Let me show you the. So there is, as I mentioned, the second floor is this cruciform shape right here. And when I printed the elevations, I actually screened the layer that had the where it was stepped back. Unfortunately, it's not reading as well as it should. This is probably where a 3D model would be good. But this plane sits here. Let me do this. See if I can show both of them. Okay. So this plane sits forwardmost, and I misspoke. Yeah, so the second floor does have, it's here, this is in the same plane, but I kept the roof line here.
They align, right.
But this, what you see here, is this step back. So the section that I drew is actually through here.
Okay, so
Where we
that's
sort
a little,
through this
okay.
wall and this wall.
Yeah, that's a little deceptive.
And that's why line weight is so important in graphic drawings.
Because okay. Okay, that was the one question I had. That was really it. Well, I do have one other question. Can that long linear addition be reconfigured in another way that doesn't make it long and linear? Can it be a T shape or an L shape can the last room or something rotate to the left and become an L shape and break up that whole mass?
Okay, well, of course it could, but then you have to think about what, what does that affect? So if we came and we took, say, this bedroom portion here, maybe we should look at the floor plan, pull that up.
I'm just asking, had you considered that, since that was a
I
staff
did,
concern?
and I was gonna explain why we didn't
Yeah.
do it. Because if you turn and you have an L shape or T, well, we really can't have a T because we can't go any further
Right,
that way.
yeah.
But if we had part of the bedroom bump out this way, it's gonna close off the porch, so the porch isn't open on two sides. And this is a gorgeous backyard. Originally, when we were sort of looking at adding space to this, we were doing it back here, but my client didn't want to give up that yard space. Likewise, he didn't want to give up anything over here. So that's why this addition doesn't get wider as you go
Okay.
back.
All right.
Commissioner, any questions? Commissioner Myers?
Mr. Dobbs, on your floor plan, you've taken the original front door, and it seems like it's missing from the plan. But is that just a,
Oh, you know what? The front door, I draw them closed because it's easier. Not if I had to draw a rectangle and then I swing them open. But yeah, no, I just didn't show it open. So,
okay,
yeah, I'm not replacing the front door.
right, okay, that was my question, because it seemed to say that you were going to enter that screen porch then, and that's gonna be the main entry. And there's some really fine plans to follow the same line of questioning of my fellow commissioner, where you would simply crank that very long addition just a little bit, and that would, so it would be, say, 15 degrees bent toward the accessory building.
Right, and that was actually done on a house in Seminole Heights on Branch between, I think it's between Henry and Powhatan. It was, Roger Grunke was the architect, and they added an addition, and they cocked it at an angle. But my argument against that is everything that I see and read in the Seminole Heights design guidelines would discourage doing something like that. Because everything's typically rectilinear on craftsman style houses. Usually you don't have those 45s and or 15, 22 and a half, whatever. And I think a lot of builders use those just because it's an easy, simple solution. So, but I understand if it wasn't in Seminole Heights, that I think that would be an interesting solution.
And the existing garage, is that a contributing structure?
No, it's
Oh.
unfortunate when they did Hyde Park, they made accessory buildings, some of them contributing. And in Seminole Heights, they intentionally did not. But as you can see from this building, if they had, this would have been a contributing structure. So, yeah, I had a lot of conversations with my client about, trying to keep that structure, but, those structures basically had brick foundations, like 1 or 2 layers of brick, dirt floors many times, and that's all they have. And so you just can't add a second floor to them. So things like the operation of the garage doors and the hardware and all that kind of stuff, we're gonna recreate. Well, we're gonna salvage all that, but we're gonna have to rebuild the doors because they're all distorted and things like that.
Okay, it seems to me like you're very lucky, because in the past, when we've come up against a contributing structure, we've been very serious about maintaining that structure. But if it's not contributing,
Yeah.
you know.
No, I've done one
We're
or
all
two,
good.
and
Thank you.
it's very difficult to have one demolished, yeah.
I believe that those are all my questions. Thank you.
So I have a few, Mr. Dobbs. Is there an image of the front porch column that we can see more clearly?
No,
'Cause every single one I've seen has been obscured, so.
I know, and because all this was in the back, I went through all my pictures before this hearing, I didn't have time to go back and retake one. It just basically has like an 8x8 or maybe a 10x10 square column. You see it on some bungalows or craftsman's homes where they just have a corner porch and have one column. You know, they teach us not to do that in design school, but it does happen, and.
As long as it supports the structure.
But the idea is that the new columns have a little bit of detail on the top and the bottom that's sort of period appropriate.
Sort of period appropriate.
Well,
As
not
long
sort
as
of,
it's
just-
compatible
okay.
with the home, and that's kind of where my question is coming
okay.
from. Not really understanding what the base and the capital, if it has one, what that looks like, and how that might relate to the details that you're proposing. You don't have a clearer image, you know,
Okay.
that's.
And I'd be more than happy with that to be a condition to verify
Absolutely.
and work with staff, yeah.
Absolutely. So, moving on to harder questions. Do you have any kind of photo essay review of historic precedent for the screened porch on the side in a similar relationship to the primary structure?
I didn't bring anything with me. I did, the project I did across the street that came before this board, we did a screen porch on the side of the house. It was an addition to the house. You know, it doesn't have a roof on it. There's doors there. The doors leak bad, but so, at the very least, it needs a roof, and it's fairly common on these old homes, if they did screen porches, you know, that it was done where it sort of maintained the columns and things like that. It's a very minimal sort of application of the screens.
Are these historic doors? Is this opening historic?
Yes.
From what you can
And
tell?
I can, would you like to see a picture?
I would, thank you.
Okay.
It's got the box, which is approved.
Oh, look. Oh, you have that picture too. The same picture that looks at the side. Oh, there they are. Do you have a better one? Yeah, they're both the same. Okay.
Well, if it's a good one, you can zoom in and we can see it better. It's not being able to zoom in that
Yeah,
we can't do with these images we're given.
yeah.
So you've looked at this physically in the field in your due diligence, and you believe, based on your professional opinion, that these are original, this opening and the doors are
Oh,
original?
absolutely, and that deck there is an original. And one of the things about doing this, and with the Secretary of Interior standards, if we do this, it could be easily removed and restored to exactly what you see in that picture.
Okay. On to further difficult questions. When we were talking earlier about, did you look at alternates to the long linear, if we could go to your floor plan? Actually, your roof plan would be better.
The roof plan? Sure.
Yeah.
By the way, my client texted me a picture of that front column.
Okay.
Do you want to do that first?
We can
or-
look at that really quick if you want to,
Okay.
yes. We all need agents in the field, right?
I'll have yeah. So, I guess I just read into this. I thought it had a little more detail than that. That is actually not common. Usually, I mean, it's very common to have that kind of cap.
Yeah.
But usually you have some sort of bed molding that wraps around it at the top and the bottom.
So
A
what
bed
is the
molding
bottom?
or
Does
OG
does it show the bottom in that? I think we're zoomed in,
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry.
why.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, there.
Oh, there you go, okay.
And again, this, sitting on this base like this is very common, and then you have the 1.5 inches. But again, usually you have some sort of other transition element, which we don't have there. So,
Okay.
But anyways, as I said, you know, we would definitely work with staff on getting those details right.
Okay, just wanting to understand the context we were dealing with. So in regards to the, and if we can zoom back out, yeah. So, In all the ruminations and possibility discussions, was there any version where you took the linear addition and pushed it back about a foot or so to the west, to the left on this plan, so that you allowed that bump out that exists
Right, okay.
to read through?
Yeah. Yeah, I like to preface this by saying, sometimes things like, this is something that really bothered me in this, that, just trying to get it to work. And, there's never is a perfect solution.
Right.
It's just the best solution with all things considered. Because what I was sort of fighting here with is what the things I already explained to you, or to the board, but also by moving the addition over, these windows will be affected. So if we come out and again, we do something where it sort of turns here, then the porch is more of an inset porch rather than a porch that's open on two sides. I should probably go to the.
I understand that, but as I see here, where you delineate the new, you've already bumped out about a foot into the porch anyway, and the porch can creep with you, right? So you move it a foot, the porch moves a foot, right? And so then you can capture the window and the closet space on the porch if that's what it takes. But in all honesty, when I look at the aerial views of this property and I look at the corner view that we see from the street, that bump out really is a feature to this home that allows it to have some sort of presence on its property. And let's say the tree goes away and all that canopy goes away, and I'm just going to read a long linear wall, right? Rather than the historical presence of the property, which allows this little piece to bump out and be what it is. So my question to you is was there any consideration to do that anywhere along the line? And if not, would that be something that you could consider with your client?
It was, this house actually has been, this addition, I'm the second person to work on this.
Mhm.
I worked with the previous owner and I worked with the previous owner and we had so many challenges, it never came before the board, but it just became no matter what we did, couldn't make them happy, but then they ended up hiring another architect and they went through, it might have come to this board, but again, when my clients bought it, they were like, there's just no way that's gonna work. So I don't know, I did struggle with it. I'm not gonna design it here, but I'm just looking at trying to think. If
I'm
gonna
not
have an
asking you to
epiphany and
design
maybe
it,
we
I'm
could do
asking if
something.
it's the possibility that you and your client could consider it, should we, go down that path.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll have to, if the board insists.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then, in addition to that question, I know that the client really loves the backyard. In regards to the accessory structure, are you actually reusing the existing slab on grade, or is it all new? It seemed to me your details were all new
Yeah.
foundation, correct?
So, yeah, there's nothing there that is reusable. So this, if you can, here, I'll zoom into a little bit. So the dashed line is the existing accessory structure, the light dashed line, and then this is the proposed. This line is pushed in because we have to meet side yard setbacks.
Yep.
And then we have a minimum width of 22 feet. You could do a 20-foot wide garage, but those are not functional. Builders do them and they're.
My question isn't about the size of your garage.
Oh, well, it's just, you were asking if it was in the same footprint, and I'm explaining why
I was
it's not.
asking if you were reusing the foundation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were implying is it in the same footprint?
No.
No, it's gonna be totally right.
That was a preface to my overall question.
Oh, okay, sure,
If you could zoom out for your whole.
Yeah.
Actually, can we look at your site plan?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I appreciate that there is an attempt here, and I can see why, to keep it in its historic placement. So I have one, is the alley active, or is that no longer?
No, it's not, it hasn't been officially abandoned, but it's not usable because it has a T on the east end, so you really can't turn into that.
Okay.
So it's, it's not a usable alley, where they could access it from the rear.
Okay.
Because, that would have been the ideal situation.
Then the other question is, were any scenarios looked at that brought the garage forward so that you could keep it lower at the front and then add on in the back so that the profile could remain single story?
I definitely would not move it forward because we already have some competition between the accessory structure and the existing structure. I was trying to talk my client originally into putting it in the back, but they have a beautiful garden here and they want to maintain that. So I thought everything that I've read in the design guidelines, the most appropriate thing is to keep the same location, orientation, and
All right, that's all the questions I have at this time. Anyone else with a question for the applicant?
I've just got a couple of quick ones. Out of curiosity, on that porch, if we were looking at creating some sort of delineation between the primary original structure and the addition, do you know what that distance is from that wall to the window? How much room do you have to
You're
work
talking
with
about
there?
from
Well,
here?
the window for the bed, right. What's that
Oh.
depth?
this distance right here is about 6 feet.
Well, I'm from the window to the wall, not,
Oh, you're talking about from here to here?
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how much room you have to
Scale,
work with.
scale-wise, it's probably about 18 inches.
Okay. And then my next question is regarding the accessory structure. Were there any plans looked at to utilize the original structure that's there, even with a potential addition, whatever? I realize it's not a conforming structure, but it was stated that you feel like it is original to the house. So are there any current structural issues that would keep you from doing that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's, a lot of the studs are, have had, significant subterranean termite damage through the years, and there's been new studs that have been scabbed on and stuff. I think it might have a brick floor on the garage side of it. And then over on this side, it has some sort of raised floor. But I really like saving old buildings to a fault. And there's really nothing there that's, other than like the door hardware, and then we would certainly recreate what we can.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, you have now 5 minutes for rebuttal, sorry.
Okay. I'll just cover the two things that y'all are struggling with, that I struggle with, is the length of the addition. It was a struggle, sort of the minimum width and the minimum length. It is in the backyard, it's not within the public realm. The garage as well, we did as much as we could to break down the mass of the second story and sort of step back like that. So it still relates to the main house, but I think with it being set back like it is, it's not going to compete that much with the house. And then in the end, it's kind of what I'd like to just reemphasize again is it's always a struggle sometimes on certain projects to meet the design guidelines to a T. And as I said, there's no perfect or ideal solution, but just sort of the best solution with all things considered. And I think sometimes when it's sort of outside the public realm, maybe that's the time when maybe there's a little bit more flexibility, I guess. So anyways, so with that, yes, so I'm done. Thanks.
It's all good. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and discuss the case. Anyone?
I'll just throw out, I think the two, well, a couple things that bother me is that this two-story accessory structure is, the faces of the cruciforms are flush with the first floor, and they're not recessed. And that's typical of a second floor addition, is you recess it back. So while there's notches in it, the exterior faces are still flush with the first floor. And I think if they were recessed a little bit to reduce the mass in the second floor, it would reduce the whole thing. One, you know, it's one of my pet peeves is that when you add onto a historic structure, that you don't flush it out with the historic structure. You recess, you have to have some sort of a break, a plain break. And I agree that I think that whole linear first one-story addition could be simply recessed back 1 foot east to west. And the porch could go too. And then even the bedroom could be notched back from that. I mean, you could have 2 notches to break up the mass of that long linear thing. We're not discussing how to design something. I think turning it and creating another gable at the end for the bedroom is an ideal solution. But it shouldn't be aligned with the existing structure. There has to be a break from the existing structure. The roof line shouldn't align with the existing structure. Because there's no distinguishing between what's existing and what's new. And I think there has to be a clear distinction for that. I also don't think that the addition should be sided with the same siding as the original. Because again, you start to lose sight of what was original, what was new, what was added on. If you're duplicating everything, it should be its own, could be very compatible siding, but not the exact duplicate. Those are my main comments.
Anyone else?
I won't beat that dead horse, but the other is the screen porch on the side. From a functionality standpoint, I do understand exactly why he's trying to get a roof over that door. But I also know that, you know, something as simple as a gutter would also help with that situation. It's kind of for me, on this elevation, it's kind of it's gonna change how the side of this house looks. And with the fireplace, the chimney, the doors, I don't know, it's just kind of a defining element there that I feel like we're gonna lose once that screen porch is put in. To his point, it could be removed, but we are looking to add a roof structure that obviously would not be. On the accessory structure, I definitely understand the need for the extra space. I'm just never a big fan of tearing anything down. And even from a structural standpoint, I heard the answer, but there was really no technical data to back that up. So, you know, that
That it could be repaired.
and or added onto, or whatever the case may be. I know most of these structures can't be typically, especially if you're going vertical, because the foundations just aren't there and.
Conventional framing.
Right, I mean, there's a lot of things going against it. But I'm always a fan at looking at how can we before we just go to demolition. And if this were a conforming structure, we would obviously be having a lot more of a conversation regarding this, but we don't. It's not.
I want to reopen the hearing because I want to ask staff a question. So can I have a motion, please? Or do you want to just, no?
I'll make
I-
a, mo-
Go ahead.
That's fine.
I make a motion to reopen the hearing.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So I think you know the question, but I do not believe we have purview here because it is not a contributing structure to actually qualify whether or not it can be demolished at this time, correct? The accessory structure.
Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Just a point of discussion that I think that the applicant and the agent needs to be part of is that a non-contributing structure can be demolished by right without even coming to the commission. So while I understand the philosophical, discussions that are going on, that really is an elective decision by the applicant and the agent.
Okay.
So by right, you have an opportunity to rebut anything that was just discussed. If you would like, you don't have to, but you have the opportunity.
No, I don't think I need to.
All right, well, then we'll close the session again, the public hearing, and then we'll continue discussing. Any other thoughts?
So with that said, I agree with my fellow commissioner there that I'd like to see it more in keeping kind of with what's historically been there. Because he's absolutely right as far as the design and what we normally see. Other than that, this applicant typically does a really good job of giving us a good presentation. So, most of the questions are already answered.
Anyone else, any thoughts?
This house has this great siding on it, and I'm sure that that's why people tend to fall in love with those kinds of details. And then you don't want to change it, and you don't want to try and figure something out. However, I think John, my fellow commissioner, has been very, that it's a very good point that would help to distinguish what's new and what's old. But again, it's pretty great siding.
Well, this is that precarious ground we get into when you start reading the Secretary of the Interior standards, right? And the guidelines for preservation and all of that is that, they caution us to not just right off the blank copy everything, that we be careful that we are being appropriate, not just with the historic components, but that the fact it is of its time. So there's that balancing act. I'm not an extremist in either regard, and I feel like we're pretty balanced. But I would also agree with that. I mean, that's a lot, and my understanding and my experience with historic properties, trying to mimic that detail and the board sizes, that's a lot of labor. A lot of that you can't even buy. You have to create. So just a thought.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think anything that can be done to be more apparent about the new addition in regards to how it rests with the existing is better for the project. So, any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just throw, for instance, saw a house built in 1757 that was added on to in 1820. And the details weren't exact, but they were close. So you could tell exactly where the break was, where the additions were. And I think that's part of how you, according to the Department of Interior standards, that's how you add on to historic structures, is you have to have clearly defined barriers, points, separations of planes, and even separations of materials, even if they're compatible. Like you could put a 5-inch straight siding. I think it's a very important thing for us to distinguish.
If anyone entertaining a motion, they may bring it forward. I see notes.
Sorry.
is not, the three conditions we discussed, I think, is not aligning the existing house with the addition, that the two have a different plane, that the siding pattern not be duplicated, and that the second floor of the accessory structure, the furthermost outside walls in the cruciform plan be reduced to not be in plane with the first floor walls.
I believe that I believe it's the east and west. The house faces south, right?
The house does face, the
South.
primary
Yeah.
facade is the
It's in
south.
Yeah.
And so the north and south faces line up, the east and west do not. I think we asked him that question and he gave us that answer.
No, all four of the
All the cruciform edges, they all align with the
all four
structure
do.
below. They
But-
do. Only
he-
the
no, he
corners
showed
are
us.
in.
Only the corners.
Only the corners are
Okay.
The
in.
wall section was through the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
Yeah.
thinking of the picture that he provided on the prior one. That
Yeah.
one
The
went.
previous house that he showed
As an
as a photo,
example.
as an example, was done the way
We are
we are
suggesting.
suggesting it be done, where the second floor walls all are within, or recessed from the facade.
Step back. Let's say
Setback.
step back.
Step back from the face of the first floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're okay with the screen porch?
I was gonna say, do we
or
want to do
no?
anything with the screen porch?
I
I'm
think
cool with the
because
screen
you can,
porch.
because you can return, because you can take away the screen porch.
Yeah.
A roof will be difficult, admittedly, but it's not an impossibility to take it back and return it to the original. I think that's okay.
I think it's okay as well.
It's a concession. we can- As long as it's not filled in glass, but then they have to come back to us. so.
Okay, so, okay, I think I got it. For the rear addition,
That it be stepped
stepped in to
to
the
the west.
west.
So that the east facade is not in a flush condition with the existing.
We're conditioning the siding? Or are we just allowing him to hear our comments?
I don't think it's honestly,
know
I
that
don't
I
think
need
it's
to
condition.
condition.
I think it's something that we've mentioned in our discussion.
He's heard us, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's beautiful to replicate it, but it's not necessary. But that's, I don't think it's a condition for saying it's not appropriate.
Okay, I agree. And then, so then the other one would be the step back in the second story
At all elevations,
of
all
the
sides.
accessory.
Well, I think the north elevation has to go flush so that the porch entry
Oh,
can
that's true,
happen.
that's true.
So the north piece of the cruciform can be flush with the first floor so that you can enter with a door.
Right.
But the other three sides should be
East, west, and south.
set back from the first floor walls.
So setback of the second story from first story on east, west, and south walls. Okay, if I mess it up, just amend it.
We got your back.
Okay, I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 21-541 for the property located at 308 East Idlewild Avenue with the following conditions: that the primary addition be stepped into the west so that the east facade is not flush with the existing primary structure. And two, that on the accessory structure, that the second story step back from the first story on the east, west, and south sides. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights Historic District Design Guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons. That the alignment, rhythm, and spacing on the existing patterns all are consistent with the block and maintaining the materials of the district. That's it.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please indicate, oh, before we vote on it, do you understand all the conditions that have been put forth tonight?
Can I comment on one of them?
We're
No.
closed. The
Okay.
hearing's been closed.
So I
Yeah,
can't say
it-
anything, okay.
If you don't understand it, then I've never had that come back. I usually say yes.
Well,
Do we have to open the hearing back up so he can respond?
Questions of your motion,
Yeah, so we have to,
of your condition.
do we reopen is my
Yes,
question?
yes,
Okay, all
that's
right.
what I was saying.
Someone please reopen the hearing.
Do we have
Make
to
a motion.
reopen, or we just,
Motion, please.
I move we reopen.
I second.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
You may respond.
okay, I only want to respond with one thing,
Yeah,
because I agree with everything that y'all are saying, and like the siding, I've always sort of struggled with that, but I did, since y'all are referencing your decision based on that other structure that I did, I wanted to point out that, yes, the front gable does step back, and that's great, and I agree with that, but the side gables are actually flush, and you'll see that they're flush here as well, so on either side. So that was the only thing that I was gonna see if y'all could be less prescriptive maybe, but say just the north setback, but maybe the east and west, consider it.
Or be the south.
The south.
So we'll close the public hearing again, and we have to, we have to discuss it. Do we want to amend the motion or not? Because the motion stands, we've already seconded it.
Well, we are,
We've thus far said,
we
Those
are
three
decreasing,
facades.
we're decreasing the square footage. I would be okay with leaving this.
I'm okay with leaving the motion.
leaving the motion the way it is.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Well,
We didn't,
you're the motion maker and it was seconded, so, I mean,
So do we vote on the motion because it's already been seconded?
it's already been seconded.
Okay.
I hear you guys are discussing it, I don't,
It's a matter of procedure. We are, this is the first time any of us have been in this particular situation. So we have to vote on the motion because it was seconded.
Unless Mr. Cubis wants, Commissioner, yes, unless you want to amend your motion.
But we can't discuss that before.
You could discuss it, but I mean, you're the maker of the motion. If you don't wanna amend your motion, it's your motion.
Okay, I'm actually in favor of amending it so that they can keep that square footage and only pushing the south side, the front, back.
So you
I'm gonna do that.
You may amend it if
Okay,
you feel
just
comfortable.
putting it out
It was your motion.
Okay.
It was your motion.
Okay, I move to amend my motion for the second condition, that rather than, the east, west, and south, only the south facade be stepped back on the second story from the first story.
May I have a second?
Second.
All of those in favor, please state aye and indicate so by raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the struggle.
Are we good? We're good, okay. Everybody good? We're, I just, we often get into scenarios that none of us have been in before. So we're all there with you.
She wants to take a recess.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. Yes, well, that's what I was asking.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Ron Vila. I'm staff with Historic Preservation. And the last case this evening is ARC 22-291. This is for the address of 808 South Boulevard. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. The structure on that parcel was built in 1993. It is a non-contributing structure. The underlying zoning is RS 60. The existing square footage is 3331. They're doing a small addition, a less than 200 square foot, for a total of 3507. The request is for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction. They're doing an addition to the primary structure. They're doing some renovations to the primary and the accessory structure. And it will encompass some site improvements as well. Quickly going through the photo presentation. This is the 1929 Sanborn map. Property in question is highlighted in the green box. It's an interior lot. It's one in from the corner of Inman and South Boulevard. Does have an alley that runs to the rear of the property. And then you see Bayshore Boulevard towards the east. So you see the proximity of the parcel in question. Looking from above, see the roof line of the primary structure. You see the setbacks that's established. Does have an accessory structure, a one-story accessory structure with an existing pool. This is the non-contributing structure that was built in 1993. This is the primary facade. Primary facade and the north facade, and this is the vehicular drive. Looking down the drive aisle to the rear of the accessory structure. Staying on the north side, this is the abutting property. This is the corner parcel on South Boulevard and Inman. Moving back to the primary structure. This is the front elevation and the south facade. The abutting property on that south facade is this 1.5 story structure. Some street elevation shots. This is looking down Boulevard towards Swan, which is to the north. Changing positions and looking down South Boulevard to the south towards Bayshore. This is directly across the street. Moving back to the primary elevation, this is the rear, primary structure. This is the rear elevation. God bless you. This is the one-story non-contributing accessory structure. And looking from the rear deck at the backyard. Just to aid you in this request, it's a little different than what we normally see. I wanted to read from the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. On page 61 of the guidelines, discusses design for compatible new construction. There's 2 paragraphs that are relevant this evening. The major development in Hyde Park extends from the late 1880s through the 1920s. Just as Hyde Park includes a diverse set of architectural styles reflecting and involving architectural thoughts through each of these 4 decades, architecture is an art that continues to evolve. Creative solutions reflecting current architectural design theories and practices are encouraged in the design of new construction in the historic district. And this is considered new construction since we're modifying a non-contributing structure. The guidelines go on to state that these design guidelines do not dictate style, but they set up criteria under which the new design can be accurately compared with the setting within the Hyde Park Historic District. New construction is encouraged to be unique in design while reflecting the basic scale, materials, and qualities found in early buildings in Hyde Park. Replicating styles from the past do not always allow creativity and integrity of expression of the past and should not be confused with compatible design. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to the owner and the agent.
Hello. Do I have to state my name and Okay, Steve Gianfilippo, I'm the homeowner. This is Sergio,
Sergio
architect.
DeSanto, Rank Reich Parks Architects.
And if I appear fatigued, has nothing to do with the length of the hearings tonight. I have a 10-month-old that has decided to stand up in his crib every night for every 2 hours. So we are a growing family of 4. We are just in the process of doing some renovations. We bought the house in 2017. I've done some significant renovations to the interior of the property, and now we're just looking to really address some deferred maintenance issues on the exterior of the exterior of the property. Fix the fence line that was not put on the property line, and then add some landscaping elements to it. So.
Correct. Let me just zoom out a little bit for us both. It's the site plan. Can you all listen? You see what I see? To the left is the existing conditions with the dashed lines representing the proposed.
Can we do something about the focus? I'm sorry.
Okay, focus.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all right. I'm learning the.
Might need a little bit more.
Is that? How about that? No?
Looks like it might need. a little
Autofocus
bit.
if AF?
Still working in the back.
That should be on.
Yeah.
It's out of focus.
That's out of focus. That's is a good.
They're also really light documents, the
Yeah.
plans, so it may just have a hard time.
Okay, let me
reading
just
the
try to do my
lines.
best to walk it through with the
Okay.
pen. Or we can zoom in, so maybe we do it,
Probably zoom and then just. if
So,
we could pan it.
as Steve was saying, most recent addition to the site was a pool, as you can see here, between the accessory structure and the main home. There is an existing kind of outdoor lanai Trex deck, as you saw in the photographs from the exhibit here. So you see the pool in this kind of old in need of update Trex deck off the back lanai. You have a covered roof and a tucked in kind of rear porch lanai off the living quarters, and part of the, that's what we're talking about in terms of the addition. The small addition, in terms of plan, is to come into that existing covered exterior lanai and make that more part of the great room. Steve has a new kitchen that was just recently done, so this would kind of bleed in to the 176 square feet of net new conditioned space. We would propose updating the existing Trex frame decking, taking that out and going with stem wall concrete kind of plinth pavers as you step down to the pool, something kind of quite, a little modern and commensurate with the new kind of style pool that's trending these days, these kind of plunge pools with zero entry coming in. So that is, as we walk through the rest of the site here, as Steve was saying, the majority of, that's the addition. The rest of it is what he's calling deferred maintenance. We call this a facade refresh. The home is currently a farm-style home. You can see in the existing photographs here, and it has horizontal lap siding, wood siding, that is in need for either a substantial repair or a complete overhaul. Steve's family would like to remove that and replace it with, here's the existing conditions here on the facade. We're going to move to, that's the accessory structure. Pardon. We get to, here we go. This is the front elevation, a vertical board and batten cementitious siding in lieu of the painted wood. This is over a frame construction, existing frame construction, so again, refreshing the facade. And you would be updating all the windows. We would be keeping the windows in keeping with the existing styles of 3/1 double hung. The only change in the window on the front facade would be the unusual oval-shaped window. As you can see to the left, that is a window that's at the base of the stairs. That would be removed and replaced with a rectangular-shaped 2/1 here in this instance, in keeping with the proportions and shapes of the other windows, existing windows in play. Nothing is changing in the roof. It's existing shingle, that is to remain. There may be later on in the future, obviously a re-roof, but nothing, no net change in terms of the style. This is, again, a veneer enhancement. To the rear of the property, okay, we're going to the side elevation here. Now, that demo on that one, there is the change in this window is scheduled to be removed and modified to appear, because of the floor plan, there are some changes to the master, there is a master bath that's being added up there. So this is in relation to the floor plan and its conditions above. As you can see here, becomes a shower window in this plan. Right there's the tub, the shower, and a bench, large vanity with makeup, and then the water closet remains where it currently sits. But kind of an overhaul of that master suite, and then a new walk-in closet. So that is why that one window does change for privacy matters. The other, let's see, what else can I talk about here? Oh, let's go back to the site plan. I want to stay on the macro level, and then we'll go micro. Apologize here as we move around. Site-wise, one of the matters were there's an existing drive. The existing driveway. Go back to Steve. There it is. The existing drive off South Boulevard curves in towards the center of the site and has this flare currently. That geometry is the existing flare. The desire is to continue a straight path as much, this is coming from the ownership, that they'd like to back their vehicles up and come home without having to turn, and then kind of give more real estate back to that front facade. With that, staff recommended us reaching out and following the kind of the standard of flare that we would find in the district, and we were requested to go with a 6-foot straight flare, as noted in this city standard here. The only issue is that we have with this one is the proximity to the property line. Staff did not want to see an asymmetrical flare. Like, for instance, we couldn't have the flare fly off the property line, and we had to, keep them, in balance. So there is a slight jog as we pick up and then get onto our property. The other element that's being requested is a security gate, a vehicular gate that would bifold and open upward as they arrive home and come home with their children. It would close behind them, and it would be a decorative gate. I think we've noted 6 foot in height, but that is one of the other exterior elements that we are requesting.
Let me show some of the renderings.
Sure,
maybe.
and then we can move to.
I don't know if you want to show.
There is a
anything on
pergola on the. One of the other ideas that we had to confirm. The pergola on the right-hand side here, on the east of the property, is within the required 4-foot minimum setback from the property line. This is just a kind of a pergola with some kind of. Steve is working with Booth Design Group, landscape architect, to kind of come up with some kind of hidden garden as they make their way down the side of that property, and just kind of activate that elevation. So as Steve says, he'd like to go to the rendering.
Unless you want to show, I don't know if there's anything on that
Yeah,
accessory,
so
but
the
it's all
accessory
same,
structure
just
is,
like
again,
reskin.
reskinning, it's frame construction, slab on grade, no change to the roof. What we are looking to do is, sorry about that, it's right. Keeping with this, matching the vernacular of the proposed main elevation, we're just kind of board and batten, vertical cementitious siding, updated door, entry door, and overhead door at the garage. These are some of our windows, but let's go ahead and move to some 3D vignettes for you to see. So again, the latest addition was the pool. So now it's the house kind of following suit.
Can you zoom? Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Steve and his family would like to, like in the other presentations, the lifestyle of today's American home is in the backyard, right? And although we are still acknowledging the front porch, There is an existing Trex decking that is greatly outdated. We would extend this kind of new concrete lanai off the rear of the home and descend down to the existing pool and repave that area with new landscaping. Part of the capturing of the existing exterior covered lanai and the proposed 2 new wing walls give privacy to the east and to the west neighbors, while this family can have their outdoor activities, and at the same time leveraging that extension and structure for an exterior master suite balcony. And then in the rear of the property, the contemporary windows would be Origin USA windows, ES windows, the trending, what you see in today's marketplace of the nano wall sliding, collapsible sliders, so that the great room can spill out to the rear lanai. And to the left, as you see here, this is off the kitchen. We are proposing Origin Windows makes these kind of modernized kind of steel looking, they're all Florida product approval, but mutton-based fixed windows, but they're actually not fixed, they're casement windows to open up, and then a architecturalized kind of low seating that we built in at the deck here. The breeze block that there's an outdoor kitchen scheduled behind this privacy wall. We'd be introducing block construction on that would be stuccoed, and introducing kind of a passive, you find that in sometimes mid-century, the breeze block, to kind of act as a privacy screen, but at the same time, there's some other details that Steve has and his family are looking to do to kind of bring the outside in, so you're having an indoor experience outside, is these niches and kind of gas featured fireplaces outside. This is off the second floor balcony, off the master suite.
Just noted that these are kind of consistent with the front columns.
Right, so Steve is basically saying that this, our outdoor railing and vertical pickets and guardrail here is kind of consistent with the existing front columns, you're saying, those columns right there as well. This is the accessory structure. Steve is, the final color is yet to be determined on the accessory structure. You were almost debating to go white on that, right, Steve?
Right.
But this is the kind of the experience that you would see from the pool. There's landscaping and a privacy wall to separate the existing neighbor to the left and to the right. There is concern that people can't really swim and enjoy without the neighbor dropping on them. This is some other views of the accessory structure from the lanai. And we can go to another one here. From the kind of the new lanai off to the east of the property, looking down the existing pool. So again, most of the alteration is in the immediate rear of the property to address the pool. There'll be architectural lighting, landscape lighting. And this is coming off the new slider, ES window slider, and then this is the Origin fixed window off the kitchen and stepping down. It is quite a bit to get down from the existing finished floor to the pool. But that is why this whole stair system would have to be overhauled and essentially tiled as well for safety. And this is another shot looking, I believe east, yes. South, looking south at the end of, so we're bookending both sides of the lanai with these kind of breeze block wall features. The balance of the majority of the fenestration is all James Hardy cementitious Hardy siding, board and batten, primed, and would be painted. Again, nothing changed in the roof. The roofing is to remain. The only small addition to the roof is on the second floor off the master suite, as you see in this rendering here. That would be an in addition to the existing roof. This is more of a planned canopy secondary structure. We're proposing a metal roof on this one, I believe, here. Let's flip over one more. Yeah, right here, as you can see that right there. And the roof plan here, this is the net new roof. That's the only net new. This is our balcony. So the majority of the second floor balcony is open to the stars and sky above and not covered. And that's your guardrail pickets here that you saw. And then these are the steps stepping down to the existing pool. What else? The stem, the skirt around the home, it's a crawl space, stem wall construction. The family would like to put brick veneer, a white brick veneer around the skirt of the crawl space, and then go with the board and batten from that point up, from the finished floor up. There's an exhibit of the planned gazebo, or not gazebo, pergola. What else, Steve? Let me see what else. I think that's it. Let me see. But again, I think the majority, again, we're not encroaching in any setbacks, a very small addition that's happening within already a covered space. So there's no net new. We're not creating a new appendages or new architectural features that will be seen from the public. It again is a facade refresh and bringing a spec home that was built in 1993 to a more a custom home to today's family's needs and amenities. I think that's, with that being said, I mean, unless Steve, you would like to add anything?
No, I think it covers it. I mean, it's really, there's just a lot of repairs that need to be done to the facade. So, it's our opportunity to refresh the house and add some more character to it that conforms with the neighborhood. And there's been a lot of deferred maintenance, and so the exteriors in need of repair all the way around the house. So, yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll have staff present the report now.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff finding that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. As I led into my introduction, I spoke on page 61 of the Hyde Park design guidelines with design compatible with new construction. They define this request as a contemporary farmhouse. As you go through the design criteria for new construction and additions, this is some of the criteria that you have to check off. There's 10 bullet items associated with new construction that this falls under. The conditions that were attached to the staff report was to define the style. I think he illustrated that this evening. These are the documents that should be met when new construction comes forward, page 69 and 70 of the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. This falls within FEMA's boundaries. I did speak with land development at this preliminary stage that it meets FEMA's requirements. At the time of permitting, additional documentation shall be required, but on the preliminary request, it can move forward. There's 2 items in the front yard. The front yard is one of the locations that should be respected. Although the house has taken a different turn of how it's going to be skinned, as they stated. There is consistency among the driveways, walkways, and sidewalks, front yard setbacks, things of that nature. I think additional discussion and/or working should be done to the apron. The apron is a little foreign to the district. And then the walkway from the sidewalk to the front. It It has stepping stones as it approaches the porch. There's a linear approach from the sidewalk to the front porch that is concrete in an appropriate dimension that is scored appropriately. And that should be reflected on the drawings tonight that were not reflected. The expansion of the garage should complement the design of the primary house. And then additional discussion on the pergola. He talked about the fencing, but if there's any documentation or illustrations on the fencing, the stucco that's going to be incorporated, what is the finished stucco pattern. He did speak about the foundation and the columns and the breeze block. So those were some outstanding items that I had on my staff report that were addressed today. And then just to conclude, he's going to refresh the garage as well, if the garage door is going to stay, or if there's going to be a new garage door as well. That concludes my portion, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ron. Gonna ask it, but I don't see anybody. We now open it for public comment. Not seeing anyone. We will now ask our questions. Start with Commissioner Klokoff.
Nice presentation. I had a couple questions. At the end of the new driveway apron, there's an existing oak tree that's not shown in your site plan. Have you been through? No, over to the west, yeah. There's an oak tree over there.
No, it's been removed. It's been removed.
Okay,
And
it's still in photographs. I drove by the site 2 days ago, it was still there.
It's on the neighbor's property.
Okay,
Yeah, it's to the north of our property line.
okay, does the driveway impact its root structure at all,
No.
going where it is?
No, because
Yeah,
ours,
If you showed, if you showed, it's better to just
Show
show it here, yeah. So the old oak tree was here, and so that was removed. We couldn't get our permit for our pool until that was removed, and then the new oak trees were planted, which is the new one
Okay.
that's here, and then the one to the north is on the neighbor's property.
Okay, if it's outside of the property line, I know you can't do anything about it, but the driveway might impact its root structure.
no,
And I want to make sure that should be dealt with. That's why this driveway curves the way it does. It's probably to stay outside of that root structure. So, can we address that?
Google Earth.
We might, yeah, there's,
Oh,
Yeah.
Ron Vila with Historic Preservation. The driveway did curve because of the tree that was removed. Now that the new tree that was planted is a little bit more north, I think this is an opportunity to straighten out that driveway as much as possible without impacting the roots. So there's only a 10-foot protective radius, I believe, at this point.
Okay.
So I think that
Again,
curve there can be straightened
I'm
out.
not sure what tree or when it was removed, but I drove by the site just within the past week, and there's a pretty large, substantial oak tree still standing there.
We'll take that in consideration. My main point is, I wanted the driveway to complement the rest of the district. If there's a tree or some other obstruction there, we're gonna work around it. But I'd like to straighten out that driveway as much as possible, meeting transportation standards.
so we don't have a measurement on the new tree that's been planted from our property line, which is on the neighbor's property to the north. But I'm gonna guess it's at least 15 feet from our property line, and that the root system that was existing before they took out the oak tree that was on our property, which is, if anyone knows Boulevard, it's the Boulevard of Lights, and that's where
Right.
the sign was on, that large tree was on our property. And that was the one that was removed because it was dead, it was dying from inside, it was a laurel oak. So that one is, the root system is purely on our property on that, and that's what will be kind of grinded down to then straighten out the driveway.
Okay.
So it should not interfere with,
Yeah, because I mean, that's one of my
north.
favorite things to do, is to drive
Yeah.
down that street
yeah,
at Christmas.
yeah. Trust me, I did not want to see that tree go,
Right.
but every storm, there were tree limbs falling on the property and in the street.
The small piece of roof on the second floor balcony, that's metal roof, is there a reason that's metal roof?
no, I mean, honestly, no, I mean, it can be, we just can match it shingle. I mean, I don't know, I think that the style is this, you're not gonna see it anyway, so there was no need, you're not seeing it from any point of view. So I think it was maybe part of the rendering, and it just kind of never left, so we could certainly
Okay.
just go back to shingle.
I'm
No,
just
I agree.
asking- Just asking why.
No,
If
no,
you're
no.
gonna replace the rest of the roof
Right.
with metal roof in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, I think Steve has
Right.
plans on re-roofing at a later date, but, you know, obviously.
Yeah, I think if we re-roof anything in the future, it'd be the lower roof line on the front to a standing seam. And it would make sense to keep that a standing seam there, but I'm impartial to that at this stage.
The only other question I had on the site plan is in the bottom right-hand corner, adjacent to the porch. No, go, yeah, right there, adjacent to the porch, there's a rectangular thing that sticks in on the property line. What
Yeah.
is that?
Oh, isn't that how your lot is that way, right?
It's, my neighbor always reminds me that there's this little,
He owns that much of his
little,
land, right?
this little jog
He
in the
owns
property.
that little piece
I
of
don't
land?
know, and there's really
how the
like,
survey
there's,
was.
yeah, there's no utility easement or anything there. I don't know
Okay.
why it jogs like
I just
that.
had to ask.
The,
There's no physical structure.
There's nothing there.
No, there's nothing
Nothing
there.
there.
And
Yeah.
the only thing that actually our neighbors, so we have a proposed fence here too, which I think is actually here, actually right there.
Right.
His driveway is immediately south of that, so if we put our fence line there, he could not open his door, so I met with him yesterday and he asked us if we could scoot it back, which I'm fine doing to be consistent.
I would propose, yes. I'd
Yeah.
say that it would make sense for the two fences to align with each other.
Yeah, which I'm perfectly fine with. So we met with
Okay.
him yesterday and
All right.
that would be a change that.
I don't have any other questions.
Yeah.
Anyone?
And then shingle roof.
I'm to understand that the current exterior skin is in bad shape. Is that what's happened?
That's correct. It
It's-
is wood, so it is, there's rot in the wood, both in the garage structure, auxiliary structure, and then the main home as well. So, and we've replaced 25% of the windows, which we could in the past year, because there's a lot of water rot on those windows, so, yeah, we're just, a lot of this is, you know, I own several commercial structures that are pre-1930s, and the comparison of the way the construction was back then versus in 1993, I mean, the homes are a lot stronger in the kind of early 1900s compared to 1993, so this home is in need of a lot of repairs, so.
And it's not a block home, it's conventionally framed, it's a wood frame?
It's a wood frame home.
It's
Okay.
framed, yeah.
And the farmhouse siding seems to me to be somewhat at war with the windows and the general configuration of the house.
Okay.
It seems as though on the rear, you have made a choice to kind of stucco.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any thought to simply stuccoing the house?
You know, actually, right, at one time, we had, stucco was on the table, we had.
On the lower
Right.
portion of the home.
Right, he was doing a water table, so it's stucco from grade up to the mid-level, and then, you know, siding on the second floor.
Yeah, this line here, which I'd be okay with on that. I mean, I think that is, I've seen similar architecture in the neighborhood that has the lower half is stucco and the upper half farmhouse. You know, chicken or the egg for us, because we had some really bad deterioration of the windows, and so we had to get them replaced, and so we had to stay in character with the rest of the windows on the home. So it's a timing issue, right? So, you know, those windows had to be replaced. So we had to stay with this style to conform with the rest of the house. I think we had proposed that on our original, well, we had a couple of variations that were stucco on the first level of the home, and then the bottom part, trying to be consistent with some of the characteristics of the neighborhood, we had white brick instead. So that was just a white brick veneer
right.
all the way around the bottom of the house to kind of conform to some of the architecture we've seen in the neighborhood. Which I'd be
Oh.
okay with, right? I mean,
Right.
on the
No.
stucco, because we have stucco on the rear addition here, so if that was on the entire bottom half.
Right,
at
that's what the
least-
commissioner is saying, it's like we've
Yeah,
got
we'd
this
be
kind
okay
of,
with that.
I mean, yes, the rear of the home is a little bit of departure to a contemporary kind of, I don't know, magical realism. It's unique to the rear, you know, this pool experience and this outdoor lifestyle experience. So, you know, there is a little bit of an abrupt change. I mean, you have the fire chimney as well, kind of doing that, but I think, you know, we could argue, we could see that happening. I mean,
Yeah, I think our intent with going with this on the lower half as well was just, we thought that would be more appealing, but actually my first choice would be if the bottom half actually were stucco, because then it would be consistent all the way around the home. And then also doing that on the front facade, which is the west elevation, under the porch there would be all stucco as well, so kind of wrap the entire house on that lower level, would probably be my preference, actually, so I'd be okay with that.
he had it there at one time.
Yeah,
so.
I had it, I took it away.
Okay.
Where are
I
the
guessed
windows?
wrong.
Where are
so.
the windows that you replaced? Where are they located? On the
elevation.
first
Oh,
floor, the second floor, or both?
They are a combination, so there'll be on the west elevation, so we had these two windows, these two windows, and then to the south elevation, we had daughters and sons' bedrooms, that's bathroom, and then son's bedroom here, and then these lower level windows here.
Okay,
And that was as much as we could do
so
under.
you have both first and second floor windows that you've reinstalled in a wood frame system with siding.
Right.
Okay.
And, I'm sorry, you mentioned something about expanding the garage? There's, no, okay.
No.
Just
Okay,
a reskin, we would skin it the same way. Now, the question is, does that go stucco as well? I mean, we know, but, you know, I don't wanna keep, you know, you keep running away, you know, chasing
Yeah.
that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what is the fencing, the proposed fencing, what's that material?
It's just stucco.
Did we suggest stucco or batten board to match the fence? I don't know what you have in there, so I know we kind
Well,
of wavered back and forth.
We've got a little bit with our landscape architect too, kind of, because we were gonna do stucco, like a
Stucco
stem wall base,
stem
and
wall,
then,
concrete stem wall base,
and then-
so. And then it was, well, if we did batten board on the bottom, the suggestion is to do batten board siding on the fence as well, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
What about the gate detail?
the gate detail, we don't have that designed yet. I mean, Steve has, you know, in his commercial endeavors, he's got resources of custom builders that, you know, would do an ornate, you know, his style is ornate and unique, but it'd be a black, you know, kind of iron ornate gate, correct?
Well, I'd probably just keep it consistent with the rest of the fencing. There's not much that,
So just vertical?
yeah, I'd go with the vertical and then probably just try to cover it with landscaping or some, you know, foliage if I can. But yeah, just kind of simple fence design to match, but it would have to be automated.
And you mentioned the rear railing to somewhat mimic the front columns. Can you show us
Right,
some
that
sort of-
rear,
Yeah.
the rear upper balcony, it's kind of a thicker, you know, our balustrade is thick. It's just a thickened, kind of proud, kind of like balustrade here, or, you know, guard railing up on the second floor balcony. And there are just rectangular, you know, square columns, you know, they're
So
as
you
thick as
making- Is that being made out of wood?
wood, you're right, and just, you know, veneered in the same, you know, cementitious siding.
So what's your thoughts on the top rail?
It'd all be frame construction, just, you know, painted wood.
Well, cementitious.
Right, cementitious, yes, correct. We'd want to
What-
keep all the materials the same. So
What's
that-
the profile, intended profile?
Will it be a rectangular profile, you're saying, just in the cut, correct?
Correct?
Right, there wouldn't be any, we're not scheduling for any ornate,
Okay.
round or,
Yeah, the intent was just to try to match, see this, just rectangular, this is a little difficult to.
The
I mean, yeah,
finished
there's
product.
definitely orthogonal, there's no rafter details or any kind of introducing of any kind of
But the finished
articulation.
product itself is cementitious.
Correct, yes, cementitious product.
I have a question. Are you removing the railing on the front porch? Because it's in the imagery.
Yes, well, we had, there was an intent to move it because of the certain landscaping that the landscape architect was proposing because there is current hedges out there. Where's your existing photographs right
Correct.
here? So, one notion was how tall these things were gonna grow, and, 30 inches above grade is where we technically, you technically need the railing. Anything, so what defines where grade is when that landscaping is, built up, in terms of its bed. So at one juncture, Steve and his family were looking to remove it and create more of an openness view from the front porch. But in our conversation earlier, someone was prone to that we could go back if we had to with it. But we'd like to try to achieve that 30-inch minimum grade height from that existing porch and remove it and open up that porch. And then you would have this step down plant, you're gonna refresh this whole landscaping, right?
Yeah, there's a proposed planter.
So what would your proposal be on the drive side to accomplish that same thing?
On the drive side,
If you're gonna increase the grade to where, I don't know what
At
maybe
the-
that's the question I should ask. What is the distance from grade to the porch currently,
From the drive side.
from the drive side?
from here, okay, yes, we are, is it, it's 30, it's 30 inches, it's 30 inches, I'm counting the risers that we have there, the existing steps that we have there. We're introducing some steps off the drive side, so when people come home with groceries, they don't have to come all the way around, they can come up also from the side of the porch there.
Can you show the site plan again? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't catch that either.
The site plan here, right here, and I apologize, this one, the floor plan would show it better on the site plan,
Yes.
the roof is covering it.
And it's only 30 inches, because it sure looks a
Well,
lot higher.
Well, it looks a little bit more, let's see here.
We can't see that.
40, we're at 42, it's 7-inch risers here, right there. That's our step here,
So
this
the
is
reason I'm
cut off.
asking is I can appreciate trying to remove the rails, and I understand where you're going with that design.
Right,
But on that particular side,
right.
you're almost gonna have no choice but to do something there. and
Right,
I
because you're
see the-
falling away, you're saying you're falling away here, and then this becomes too high no matter what we end up putting out in front of this thing.
Even if there's a fixed planter underneath, so.
And what Steve is saying, even if we landscape and build that up so the fall or the trend, the height
That's gonna
differences-
be a question for the building department, but,
They tend to go to dirt.
I would assume they're gonna go to grade.
Right, yeah, people have tried to put mulch and stack mulch at certain, for height, building height, I've heard of that.
What about the walkway that Ron
Yeah,
brought
that Ron
up?
was talking about.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I think Ron, did we show it on the site plan? Let's see. The site plan should show, it's hard to read, but, Steve's family is proposing these kind of large format pavers with the grass in between. This is kind of stemming off Booth Design Group's landscape design that we are working with. And this rendering, this doesn't do it justice, but the rendering, the front cover sheet tries to, again, this doesn't show the landscaping plan, but, this is what Ron's talking about, rather than a poured sidewalk to the front of the house.
Okay.
More of this kind of European style.
Would that actually be raised above the grass, or is that flush with the grass?
That would be flush, that's just a rendering, it's just a bad render at that point, but it's, it would be flush.
Okay.
And then he also brought up the apron again.
And then the apron, Ron would like to get that straight back. I just was, you know, the information I would followed up with staff to go chase certain staff that were assisting us with the flare. They wanted a symmetrical flare. Actually, initially I tried to bring the 6-foot flare out past the property line and come straight out. But Ron, we had issues with, I don't know the protocol, but issues with not having symmetry, correct? Historically speaking.
I mean, in my
Why is
opinion,
that
a curved flare would be less,
Right, and I was hoping maybe we
a
could use that.
curved flare would be
So
less.
you were, that was gonna be one of my questions. Did
Yeah.
they, when you had your review with transportation, did they say absolutely none of the curved ones were a possibility, that you had to use this
There was,
straightened
he didn't even give
flare?
me an option on the, and we just spoke over the phone because I was following, I forgot his name, Ron.
Can you zoom out on this?
John,
I thought
John.
you had a diagram with
Yeah.
3 different
Right,
flares.
this is the city standard right here, and these are up, you know, I would like to use, you know, Steve and I would like to use these other variants that are, this is the city's cut sheet.
Right.
So, but he said straight flare, you know, I gave him the address and, you know, the contributing district that we're in, and, you know, and he said 6-foot straight flare. So I just ran with that and didn't challenge it.
I prefer the curved. It's less,
What is staff's thoughts?
But that would be asymmetrical.
Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. The aprons are usually an area that we work with transportation closely. They have their design standards throughout the city of Tampa. Then when we show them the rhythm down the street, as far as the dimension at the street, and then how the flares need to meet the technical standards can be adjusted. So there is some wiggle room there. I'd like for that to be a condition, if you're gonna approve this, that we can still work on that and get some compatibility with the rest of the block.
I think that was probably my question. Is there a
Yeah.
resolution here that this can be taken again to transportation discussion? You answered that,
I
so,
will.
thank you. Any other questions?
Is there a detail for the pergola?
For the what?
The pergola?
The pergola, no, we don't have that detailed. I mean, you know, Steve, I mean, we're gonna ledger it off the building facade and have, there's nothing, you know, it's a landscape pergola, to host bougainvilleas and what have you. I mean, it's partly directed by the landscape architect, and, we just have carried that through into our plan.
yeah, our electrical meter is here and our pool equipment is here, so we just wanted to kind of distract from that and have something on the south wall
See if
there.
this elevation may have it.
Above the systems. I think we have, I don't know if we have that in one of the renderings.
Yeah, it doesn't, the renderings, it kind of briefly shows it, but
It's aluminum, right? It would be aluminum or wood?
it would, I mean, I think you just keep it, it's a lance, if Hunter's directing it, he's gonna, it's hanging right there.
Yeah, that's not really a
It's
good,
not really a good
good
depiction
rendition of
yeah.
it. But,
Okay. The only other question I've got, and I just, for knowledge, for future discussion, the front oval window,
Yeah,
has there been any thought to keeping that, to the home, or
let's see, where's the front, this
The
demo
oval.
elevation?
The oval.
the oval window.
Yeah, this one,
I'm
well,
just
I'll
asking for
give you the
future
photograph
reference.
real quick here. That one right
I'm
there.
asking so we can discuss it?
I mean, it's, you
The-
can tell,
the-
when I see the oval window, I say 1993, that's what I see.
The
I'm
pill.
not saying I'm for or against
okay.
it. I'm asking for,
Pill.
so we can discuss it and there's not a
Sure.
lot of rebuttal or
Sure,
whatever.
sure.
I gotta deal with my wife on that one if that stays.
I'm with her.
All right, that's all I needed.
It's like the Golden Girl.
Anyone else with questions? Is there an intent to change out the garage doors while you're in there?
The man door going in, yeah, right, and
The-
that
No,
one's
I'm
kind of
speaking
busted up.
about the garage doors.
Yeah,
The garage doors have
Big.
been changed
you've
out.
already changed them.
You
Yes.
already changed those out?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
It's not reflected on the plans because I think the plans are already in at the city and we just haven't adjusted them, but the garage doors have been changed out.
What do they look like?
They look really good.
It's on your phone, don't you have, like, you
I
have
might
emails.
have it on my phone. My phone died.
I know, let me just look for a garage, because you sent me.
So I know we submitted them, I know
Yeah,
we
Ron
submitted them
looked-
to Ron, so I don't know if Ron has them. Oh, there you go.
He's got it.
black ones?
Oh, wait, no, the garage door's up.
So it is, let me go back to I'll go back to the rendering.
It's okay, if staff's already looked at them, we'll move on.
Okay, yeah.
It was just something that was noted before.
They were approved separately, but before this plan, again, in
Okay.
disrepair. They have window lights on them, so the only difference from the rendering is that they have 5 window lights on the south side of just the interior door that faces west in our
Okay.
backyard. The alley does not have any window lights on it, it's just a completely black, without any detail on it, just
Okay.
more of a contemporary
Okay.
garage.
That's it for me. Any other questions? None? All right, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I mean, Steve is, he's much as an architect as I am, and he definitely has a good eye of design, and I think this house is warranted it being a 1993 spec home. And as Ron said, design is an evolving, exercise, and in keeping with its time, right? Yes, are there trends? But most of this renovation is, like Steve said, deferred maintenance, and then also just having the house respond to the new feature, which is the pool, right? Rather than just having a pool against the existing home, it needs to attach itself to it and become part of the hardscape now. So it's a lot of hardscaping and some landscaping efforts as well. Again, an exterior refresh with a modest 176 square foot enclosed capturing of an existing lanai to expand the great room and to update the bathroom on the second floor. So I hope you consider us for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll discuss the case.
So you want my list?
Sure, we can go through your list. And then we'll see
Our
if anybody
list.
has any comments. We haven't discussed it yet. Go ahead.
Okay, so coordinating with staff on fencing materials and design, the gate detail on the fence, also the front porch fencing, whether it's going to be removed, stay,
It's railing, by the way. It's not
railing,
fencing.
not fencing,
Yep.
and the apron reconsideration, continuing that conversation
With transportation.
with transportation. And the siding, just coordinating those details and materials.
Details of material or
With the
style?
siding.
Style, I mean, we've been talking about the stucco
type.
versus the,
I don't think
Right.
I don't think it's style. I think it's whether or not. So, let's just back that one up. It was proposed that maybe having all board and batten vertically throughout wasn't compatible maybe. I'm not, this is a non-conforming, it's already in a sort of farmhouse stylistically. I would say that once you go the route of stucco on the bottom and batten on the top, then you're in a different style. And so then, not that you can't do it, but it's a question of, was that the intent here? And I heard from the beginning, what did they say again? Contemporary farmhouse. So if it's contemporary farmhouse is not.
Could be anything.
yeah, so I just don't think that's been
Yeah.
decided yet, so just that coordination. Not that we need to say what it should be, just coordinating that with staff.
My argument is, I'm not so sure that that's something that has to be conditioned.
Oh, I see,
Oh,
just take it off.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, one of the things, I noticed, that whole neighborhood is either horizontal or it's multi-material. It's different material.
but then again, so we've had this conversation just today, right? Where do you draw the line on compatible versus mimicking,
Right.
right?
Right.
So there's, like we were told, our charge is that it's compatible in terms of scale, materials, massing, height, all those other things.
End of its time.
And of its time, but nowhere are we told stylistically.
Right.
Especially for new construction, right?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So, and this is all new.
But compatible and of its time would lend itself to not be,
Compatible and of its time would mean that it could be all glass and still
could be-
meet
it could-
massing,
right.
setback, height, all of
right,
that,
it
right?
could be metal,
Exactly.
standing seam.
Ron's having
But,
Well, okay, so then do the rest of these things actually need to be conditioned if we're gonna say that? I mean, like the fencing materials and that sort of thing.
I think there's items that we need to have at least approved and work with staff on for sure because of lack of detail.
We still are charged to consider materials that are compatible, right? And trim and detail, not that they mimic trim and detail, but that they have a level of detailing that is compatible with the district. And you heard yourself tonight, there was an opinion given that something built in 93 certainly doesn't compare to something built in the 20s.
Right.
Right, in terms of craft, and that's what our charge is here. So it's materiality, it's detail in terms of craft, those sorts of things. So I think it's still appropriate to say, if we have a concern because we haven't seen enough information,
Right.
to say, hey, by the way, we think you're going in the right direction. We don't think this particular item needs to come back before the full commission, that staff can work with you to resolve the level of detail and materiality and all of that. That's where we're at with those kinds of, when we condition those
Right.
things.
Anything else that we need to put on hold?
Any other thoughts? You wanted to talk about the oval window, you still wanna talk about the oval window?
No, I was asking about that just in case it came up so we didn't have to reopen the meeting.
The very first picture, I was like, that's out of place.
Yeah, no, it's out of place and I'm glad to see it gone, but,
Oh, the other thing I wanted to say about the stucco on the bottom, the reason why I asked about where the windows were they replaced,
Because they already.
because they reinstalled them into a framed condition, once
Yeah.
you start to introduce all of that material,
another material.
right, and then they have to potentially, and more than likely will have to remove those windows.
Redo it.
Yeah.
It's financial consideration.
Yeah,
well, they will have to remove
Yes.
the windows.
yes,
Um,
put a new cylinder, not a lot of money.
The roof, the question was asked about the
I don't
new
think
metal.
that's a problem.
I don't have a
think it's a
problem with it
problem,
either.
because I just asked why. I just asked why, and
Yeah,
it said
yeah,
it was kind of a remnant of a previous rendering or whatever, and it's,
Right, I mean,
and it doesn't really matter, and it's not even in public realm, it's facing,
Well, even so,
But-
it's kind of serving the primary structure, so it has like the secondary position. So,
yeah, I just asked why, that's all. It's fine, I have no problem.
I think it's a very formally, the house as it exists is a very formal house. And for that reason, the farmhouse look just doesn't jive as far as I'm concerned. But that's really beyond our purview.
Right. First of all, I think you guys did a nice job with, it's kind of like, business in the front and party in the back. Okay? And I understand that, and I get that, and that's fine. I do have a little concern with just kind of like introducing this brand-new vertical board and batten that doesn't line up with any of the window frame edges and all that, and it kind of looks jumbled.
I actually
Just
think
all
that's
looks jumbled.
valid especially after you pointed out. But one thing about renderings that I hate so much, even when you do an elevation, and you may have drawn it in BIM,
Yeah.
is to study more, be a little bit more precise about exactly what the intent are, and look at the openings, especially in an existing condition.
Yeah.
I agree, I mean,
I think
that-
it's gonna look really ugly with board and battens that don't align with all the edges of all the windows, frankly.
architects.
But
Be
as a
very
builder,
careful.
that's
But
gonna
we
come-
can't tell you that you can't do it necessarily.
As a
you know,
builder,
but-
that's gonna come down to the guys that are actually installing it. And,
Well, not only that, but the spacing of the windows and the spacing of the.
If I have a
the
note on my
vertical-
drawing and I say align with,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go out in the field and see if they did, and if they didn't, they're
Yeah.
gonna do it again.
but then you're gonna change, the spacing's gonna
Anyway.
change across the facade
oh,
and all that.
believe
Okay,
me,
we ready?
I've done
Yeah.
many of them.
Any other comments or concerns?
Pay attention.
If not, we'll go ahead and make a motion, if someone will.
I've got
We
it.
need to go to lunch.
No, I got the list.
We need to go to lunch.
Okay, I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented in this public hearing in ARC 22-291 for the property located at 808 South Boulevard with the following conditions. That the following items be coordinated with staff. The fencing around the perimeter of the property, the material and design be coordinated with staff. The gate detail attaching to the fencing also be coordinated. The front porch railing, as well as the apron be reconsidered with transportation.
Also, please amend, add in the trellis. That was one other thing I forgot. We talked about the trellis not having enough details.
Oh, to coordinate also the materials and construction of the trellis with staff.
And if I may add, the rear railing, on the rear balcony railing.
What about that one?
See, we have no detail about that.
Okay. As well as coordinating the materials and detailing of the rear balcony railing. Because based upon the findings of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park Historic District design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that the design is compatible with the new construction and maintains the quality within the district.
I have a second.
I'll second.
All those do you understand the conditions put forth with the motion tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Can someone come to the mic? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
yes, I'm coming.
So, yes, I understand them. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. You had a second, right? You seconded.
Yes.
All in favor, please state aye, raise your hand indicating so.
Aye.
Motion carries, congratulations, and
Thank
thank
you.
you, and good luck with that 10-month-old.
All right.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
I'm so glad those days are over now.
I love how you called me out. I know you did this in Revit and then.
We are adjourned, thank you.
Thank you.